Chapter 1651. Don't worry, Night Sorrow isn't stupid. Even if he is, he still has all Luo and Sister Xian Er by his side, Cao Ning said. I'm not worried then, Wu Feng nodded. He didn't have many friends in his life, only Cao Ning and Night Sorrow. Cao Ning was always by his side, so he was especially worried about Night Sorrow. After hearing Cao Ning's words, he felt more at ease because he knew that Lin Xian was an expert, at least not weaker than him. Currently, Night Sorrow has a lot of problems. In fact, he only needs an opportunity to solve these problems. As long as Night Sorrow enters the Imperial Realm, Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai will no longer be a threat. So what about Yuan Ji? He's a piece of trash with a high cultivation base but low battle strength. All his time is spent on running away. Cao Ning scolded. She felt very aggrieved when she fought with Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji couldn't even withstand a single attack from her and kept running away. She couldn't do anything about it. Yes, as long as Night Sorrow enters the Imperial Realm, Gong Yufan and the others won't be a threat to him. In the Ethereal Empire, as long as he doesn't offend the Ethereal Battle Emperor, he will be able to gain a foothold and slowly develop, Wu Feng nodded. He's now a guest of the Blood Battle Arena. If he enters the Imperial Realm, he won't have his current status. Of course, these may not be important, Cao Ning said. When she said this, she felt that Night Sorrow's combat strength would be tyrannical after entering the Imperial Realm. She could recommend him to a high position in the City Lord Mansion. But then she felt that there was no need for this. With the relationship between Night Sorrow and Lin Xian, even if Night Sorrow had nothing to do with the Ethereal Empire, Lin Xian wouldn't sit idly by if anyone dared to touch Night Sorrow. I think it's strange. I've lived in the Ethereal Empire for a long time and haven't been involved in any trouble. But how long has Night Sorrow been here? Trouble after trouble has come to him and he's almost become the focus of the Ethereal Empire, Wu Feng said with some emotion. Only when you are the center of attention will you gain popularity. When you have a firm foothold, you will gain fame. With fame, you will gain luck. This path is extreme. You will either fall or rise quickly, Cao Ning said. Night Sorrow, Datura and Lin Xian continued to venture deeper into the evil Punisher grounds. Night Sorrow would kill any evil spirits they encountered. I've already collected a lot of life flames. You're here to rob us. Lin Xian lamented as she watched Night Sorrow continuously collect the flames of life. Night Sorrow was like a killing machine. He killed his enemies quickly in single combat, and it was the same in group battles as well. He did not lack speed, strength, or secret techniques. Lin Xian could not see any weakness in Night Sorrow. Lin Xian could also see the strength of Night Sorrow's soul strength. It was incomparably vigorous, and this could be determined from the might of Night Sorrow's soul destruction / Sister Xian, what's the value of the flames of life? Datura asked. It's extremely valuable. An ordinary king-level flame of life is worth tens of thousands of Saint Spirit stones, and a high-level one is worth tens of thousands of Saint Spirit stones. The flames of life of Heavenly Monarch level and Emperor level flame of life cannot be measured by Saint Spirit stones. They are almost always bartered, and many people use them for themselves. The strength of the soul strength represents the depth of one's foundation. Don't sell or trade them. These things are extremely hard to come by. After all, the evil Punisher grounds only opens once every 10 million years, Lin Xian said. Ah Luo, I've tested it. The soul strength of a Heavenly Monarch level flame of life is equivalent to a drop of soul cultivation fluid. It's useless to us, but the people of the chaotic realm need it. When the time comes, store some in the domain chief's manor and let them distribute it as they see fit. Night Sorrow said. This thing is so strong. Datura hadn't studied it yet, and was shocked to hear Night Sorrow's words. In the chaotic realm, soul cultivation fluid was extremely rare, and there weren't many ways to strengthen the soul strength. However, there are also drawbacks. It's not possible to refine it beyond one's level. It's easy to be eroded by the evil aura. If one's soul is eroded, then it's completely depraved. Night Sorrow said. This was also the reason why Night Sorrow collected the flames of life of all levels. There were still some people around him whose cultivation was lower, and they also needed saint-level flames of life. After listening to the conversation between Night Sorrow and Datura, Lin Xianer was a little emotional. Night Sorrow had selfless dedication, and it was hard for the chaotic realm not to be strong. She could foresee that after a period of time, the celestial realm would have a new force led by Night Sorrow. Sister Xianer, what are you thinking? We can't rush the matter with ghost wings. We should try not to delay on the way and head to the Yellow Springs River as soon as possible. If you still feel it when we reach the Yellow Springs River, then we'll continue to look for the next location, Night Sorrow said. I'm not in a hurry, I'm just a little emotional. Why did the Ethereal Empire set a requirement of 30 flames of life for everyone below the Emperor realm? It's because of the balance, so that those who enter will have opportunities and can contribute to the Ethereal Empire. Setting the requirement of 30 flames of life was based on the estimation that there wouldn't be much left after the cultivators who entered handed in 30 flames of life. This way, the balance wouldn't be broken. If everyone was like you, the evil Punisher land would be wiped out in a few times, Lin Xianer said with a smile. Those below the Emperor realm had to hand in 30 flames of life. This was set by Lin Xianer after watching the battles of the cultivators in the evil Punisher land. The 3 flames of life for the Emperor realm were symbolic, because without her approval, Emperor realm cultivators wouldn't be able to enter the evil Punisher land. That's true. Killing like us will break the balance, but we're here for opportunities. If we don't kill, how can we get resources? This is a little conflicting, Night Sorrow said. It's nothing. There's a reason for their existence. The more you kill, the weaker the origin energy of the evil Punisher land will be, and the greater the merit for the celestial realm. You'll feel it when you get out. You'll gain a lot from this trip, Lin Xianer said. As the controller of the evil Punisher land, Lin Xianer naturally knew how much luck one would gain from killing evil spirits. The reason why she could cultivate smoothly and the Ethereal Empire could develop smoothly was because of the suppression of the evil Punisher land. Night Sorrow was a body of merit, and the conversion of luck and merit gave him a large amount of merit power. Especially since Night Sorrow was so good at killing, it was equivalent to severely damaging the foundation of the evil spirits. There's a reason for their existence. Ah Luo, you start killing too. Since we're here, let's maximize the benefits, Night Sorrow decided. On the way forward, Night Sorrow and Datura started killing, and Lin Xianer was itching to join in as well. The 3 of them had tyrannical combat power, and they pushed their way forward, heading towards the Yellow Springs River. At this time, Night Sorrow's original body had arrived at the territory of a force called the Heaven's Vault Tribe. The Heaven's Vault Tribe was also a top force, and it was hundreds of millions of miles away from the Ethereal Empire. Night Sorrow had used the transmission array to teleport countless times. Chapter 1652. The Heaven's Vault Tribe was the oldest and most mysterious force in the celestial realm. The strongest person in the Heaven's Vault Tribe was the High Priest, who had mastered the most elusive fate technique. Night Sorrow wasn't a newcomer in the celestial realm who didn't know anything. Before coming to the Heaven's Vault Tribe, he had already looked for the handbook. He had studied the Heaven's Vault Tribe. The fate technique was a special energy formed by the fusion of life energy and faith energy. It was unfathomable, just like Guizu's ghost energy. They were both extreme energies. The Heaven's Vault Tribe High Priest was also an expert on the celestial demon list, but there weren't many records about him. He was one of the more mysterious ones. Not only was the Heaven's Vault tribe high priest mysterious, but so was the Heaven's Vault tribe. No outsiders were allowed to enter the core area. Anyone who entered would be killed mercilessly, even if you were an Emperor Realm cultivator. Fortunately, the Heaven's Vault cliff wasn't in the core area of the Heaven's Vault tribe. It wasn't that the Heaven's Vault cliff wasn't in the core area of the Heaven's Vault tribe. It was just that the Heaven's Vault tribe had given up this area. The formation of the Sky Vault cliff was rather complex. A portion of the Sky Vault mountain was being guided by the earthly malevolent energy and kept rising. After reaching a certain height, the earthly malevolent energy directly broke through the mountain and broke through space. The Sky Vault cliff pierced into the void. This caused various types of spatial energy to spray out from the void crack, forming a special place. The environment was very harsh. Ordinary cultivators couldn't go forward. If they went forward, they would be torn apart by the violent energy. However, if they stayed away, it would be of great help to the cultivation and comprehension of the will. Because many people came here to cultivate, it was messy. The Heaven's Vault tribe didn't want to get involved in the disputes and thus gave up this area. When Night Sorrow arrived, he saw cultivators sitting on the ground thousands of miles away from the Heaven's Vault cliff. Some of them were Saint Kings, some were Half-Step King, but most of them were kings, sovereigns, and even lords of heaven. Saint Kings, and sovereigns came here to comprehend the elemental will. Lords of heaven sought to master the general trend of heaven and earth and work hard to enter the Emperor realm. With the reincarnation spear on his back and dressed in white robes, Yishan continued to advance towards Heavenly Vault Cliff. He took a simple step forward, but his figure was already 50 kilometers away. This was the Void Steps, an ultimate movement technique that he had learned from his opponent's movement technique in the blood battle arena. Many cultivators who were meditating opened their eyes. They looked at Yishang's back and pondered. They all knew that another expert had come to Heaven's Vault Cliff. Because they were not strong enough, they could not advance. Every 1,000 miles, there would be a different intent pressure. Saint Kings and Half-Step Monarchs could only be 10,000 li away from Heaven's Vault Cliff, while a 1-star monarch could be 9,000 li away. Every time he advanced 1,000 miles, the pressure on his willpower would increase by a bit. Night Sorrow walked leisurely and didn't feel anything. Apart from the fact that his void attribute was already at the Half-Step Emperor realm, his spacetime attribute was also at 99%. He just needed an opportunity to become a Lord of Spacetime. Moreover, it wasn't as simple as that. Night Sorrow felt that as long as his elemental will was perfected and the 7th bloodline energy point was activated, he would be able to control the general trend of heaven and earth. Night Sorrow's spacetime attribute was formed by the fusion of time attribute and space attribute. Now that the space attribute was advancing rapidly, the time attribute was improving as well. The two were already indistinguishable. Night Sorrow passed by. Pairs of eyes opened from meditation. They were all surprised because Night Sorrow didn't feel any pressure when he passed by. When he was 1,000 miles away from the Heaven's Vault Cliff, Night Sorrow stopped and looked around. He found that there were sovereigns and lords of heaven in the vicinity. They meditated at different positions. Those who grasped 91% of the will would be 900 miles away from the Heaven's Vault Cliff. Those who grasped 92% of the will would be able to advance another 100 miles. Only peak stage sovereigns and lords of heaven could get close to the Heaven's Vault Cliff. However, they couldn't stay here forever. Under the high pressure of the Heaven's Vault Cliff, they would consume a lot of energy. Once they consumed a lot of energy, they would have to retreat and recover before they could enter again. After observing Night Sorrow for a while, Night Sorrow walked towards the Heaven's Vault Cliff. Night Sorrow walked very easily because his will of spacetime was very mature. Ordinary lords of heaven's will of spacetime were not comparable to him. At this moment, Night Sorrow was using the spacetime attribute energy to protect his body. The void energy was hidden in his body. He had the true body, and no one could see it. In a short moment, Night Sorrow arrived at the bottom of the Heaven's Vault cliff. He sensed it for a moment and sat down cross-legged. Datura was still cultivating in the clear sky pagoda. Night Sorrow didn't ask her to come out. Datura didn't need to comprehend anything now. After refining the life force origin left behind by Datura Chinensis, she would naturally comprehend some things. For Datura, entering the Arch realm required time. Time to refine Datura Chinensis's life force origin. In addition, Night Sorrow also realized that he was still communicating with the clear sky pagoda. However, he couldn't enter or leave as the Heaven's Tao laws had a layer of blockade. Night Sorrow sat cross-legged and sensed the energy, willpower, and the power of heaven and earth that was floating down from the Heaven's Vault cliff. He was using it as reference to perfect himself. A batch of cultivators came and went. However, Night Sorrow didn't move. He had the true body, and his energy consumption was minimal. He could bear it and concentrate on sensing the feelings that the Heaven's Vault cliff brought. Many people came and went several times. They left after exhausting themselves and came again after recovering. However, Night Sorrow didn't move at all. It was very shocking. In the Heaven's Vault tribe's sacrificial hall, a few people stood. A man in black bowed and reported about Night Sorrow's situation. Peak monarch with spacetime willpower is just a facade. Don't bother about him. Don't make things difficult for him. Don't rope him in. Let nature take its course. An old voice sounded. The man in black bowed and left. The Heaven's Vault tribe also had a motive for opening up the Heaven's Vault cliff. It was to find talents and nurture them. The core area of the Heaven's Vault tribe didn't accept outsiders, but they still had peripheral forces. The development of the peripheral forces was to unearth talents in the Heaven's Vault cliff. Most T New Chapter, NZ, Supra 1N. After the man in black left, an old man in sackcloth appeared. He was shrouded in white light and looked very sacred. Everyone in the hall bowed and greeted him. Commander Yu, arrange for people to pay attention to him. Don't let our people provoke him. Don't have any conflicts. He left after he finished cultivating. We'll treat it as if he never came. The old man, who was the high priest of the Heaven's Vault tribe, said. I'll arrange it right away. But I don't understand. He's just a monarch who hasn't fully comprehended willpower. What will happen? Commander Yu, who was wearing animal skin and had a valiant aura, asked. I had a feeling when he came here. I went to take a look and used the destiny technique to deduce. I found that he's the Merit Grand Sage. His other attributes are already at the pseudo-emperor level. Moreover, he's inextricably linked to Lin Piaomiao. He's the center of right and wrong. The high priest said. Are you sure he's a talent? Is he not worth roping in? Another old woman asked. Chapter 1653. Night Sorrow cultivated quietly. No one disturbed him, and he didn't go out either. When his spacetime energy was exhausted, he would switch to the void chi in his body to resist the pressure, and then recover his spacetime energy. When his spacetime energy was recovered, he would use it to resist the pressure, and then use the void chi to recover. The cycle repeated. Night Sorrow's spacetime intent had reached a bottleneck. If he didn't break through the bottleneck, he wouldn't be able to improve. However, his void domain and destruction intent were constantly improving. While the main body was cultivating, Night Sorrow's doppelganger continued to fight in the evil Punisher land. He didn't use his void domain, and only used his battle intent to protect his body. Even if he encountered an Emperor Realm evil spirit, it was the same. On this day, Night Sorrow and the other two encountered a group of evil spirits. The three of them started fighting, but just as the battle started, Lin Xian pulled Datura back. Her body flickered twice, and she appeared on a big tree. Then, she used her domain to envelop Datura and herself, and restrained her aura. Sister Xian, what are you doing? Datura didn't understand. Why did Lin Xian leave Night Sorrow behind? Night Sorrow's battle intent is transforming. We don't have enough opponents now. Let's not talk about the two of us continuing to fight. We have to think of a way to lure the evil spirits for him to kill, so that his battle intent can complete the transformation in one go and avoid detours, Lin Xian said. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Datura looked up and found that it was indeed so. Night Sorrow's battle was very sharp, and his body was filled with a destructive aura. That's right, it was a destructive aura. Don't be in a daze, get to work. You lure the evil spirits closer, and I'll lure some further away. Then, bring them here. This is a message crystal, crush it if there's danger. Lin Xian tossed a message crystal to Datura, then left in a flash. She knew that Night Sorrow's current state was very subtle. If he rushed over, it would be of great help to him in the future. If he stopped, it would be more difficult for him to enter this state again. After leaving Datura's area of detection, Lin Xian displayed her Emperor rank ability. Her body flashed and traveled 1,000 miles. When she saw evil spirits, she immediately used her domain to wrap around them. If there were any Emperor rank evil spirits that were difficult to deal with, she would immediately kill them with a wave of her hand. After obtaining a batch, Lin Xian went to Night Sorrow's area and had Datura lure them over while Lin Xian went to look for the next batch. At this time, Night Sorrow was fighting unconsciously. When his original body was comprehending Sky Cliff's will of destruction, he was stimulated by his doppelganger's desire to kill all opponents and had an epiphany. The fighting spirit was advancing toward the destructive fighting spirit. This was the combination of the fighting spirit and the destructive fighting spirit in advance. If it was completed, there would be no bottleneck for him to enter the destructive pseudo-emperor rank in the future. After capturing 4 batches, Lin Xian stopped. She observed that Night Sorrow's destructive fighting spirit had completely taken shape. Although he had not woken up, there was already a result of this epiphany. Ah Luo, you don't need to lure them. Night Sorrow's fighting spirit has completed its transformation. The destructive fighting spirit has already taken shape. He has improved as he fights. I have to say that he is very powerful. Could this be a legendary genius? Lin Xian sighed. She naturally knew what this improvement meant to Night Sorrow. It was a huge improvement in the destruction attribute, a transformation. I'm exhausted. Datura exhaled. Lin Xian also smiled. In these 4 hours, she had run close to 1,000,000 miles. Otherwise, how could there be so many evil spirits for Night Sorrow to kill? Now, Night Sorrow's body was surrounded by floating flames of life. The flames of life were very condensed and would not disperse in a short period of time. After killing all the evil spirits, Night Sorrow sat cross-legged. He had consumed a lot of energy during this period of time. It was also Lin Xian who helped him get rid of the high-level evil spirits, allowing him to kill to the end in one spurt of energy. After recovering for 4 hours, Night Sorrow stood up and said, "Thank you, Sister Xian." "Thank you, Ah Luo." After the epiphany ended and waking up, Night Sorrow naturally understood what had happened. You have laid the foundation for the destruction domain. However, this is only your doppelganger. Did your original body cause this sudden epiphany? Lin Xian asked. Yes, after my cultivation reached a bottleneck, my original body went out to train. Now that I'm cultivating, the doppelganger's fighting spirit triggered my original body's epiphany. Night Sorrow nodded. The celestial realm is very dangerous. Don't run around like this. You will become a target wherever you go. Lin Xian reminded Night Sorrow. Mandela also handed over the flames of life that she had collected to Yishang. Fortunately, the three of them all had spirit array bottles that Yishang had refined to store the flames of life. Otherwise, they would have wasted some of the flames of life. Even if Lin Xian'er refined them on the spot, she wouldn't make it in time. So many. Looking at the bottles in front of him, Night Sorrow asked in surprise. You don't know how many evil spirits you killed in the 4 hours you crazily killed. There were close to 1,000 evil spirits of different cultivation levels. Sister Xian'er and I helped you lure them. We almost broke our legs running. Datura said with a smile. She was very happy that Night Sorrow had improved. Fortunately, we have been moving in the direction that Al Luo sensed and are relatively close to the Yellow Springs River. Otherwise, where would we find so many evil spirits for you to kill? If there are not enough evil spirits, it will be difficult for your fighting spirit to complete the transformation. Lin Xian'er said. Night Sorrow was also very happy. Improving his cultivation level was his pursuit. After finding a campsite, Night Sorrow took out a few jars of wine. Datura ran tens of thousands of miles to catch a wild beast and roasted it. The three of them drank wine, ate barbecued meat, and chatted. Night Sorrow was a little emotional and nostalgic. Once upon a time, he and his brothers were also like this. When he was a Qi refinement cultivator, 11th senior brother Mo Chen accompanied him. Later on, the brothers of the god-slaying team accompanied him. Now, eating barbecued meat and drinking wine, he was a little nostalgic about the past. Night Sorrow, what's wrong? Datura asked. Yishang spoke of his inner feelings. When our foundation is stable, we will bring them here. Datura said. The celestial realm is so deep. Who dares to say that their foundation is stable? Perhaps the ethereal battle emperor dares to say so. Night Sorrow shook his head. When you enter the Emperor realm, you can tell the ethereal battle emperor that you want to open a mansion and help the ethereal dynasty rule a land. Then, your brothers and sisters can enter the celestial realm and have a stable place. When they enter the celestial realm, their development speed will increase. Lin Xian'er thought for a while and said. Sister Xian'er, I am used to being free. If I join the ethereal dynasty, I will serve the ethereal dynasty. If the ethereal dynasty gives an order that goes against my principles, will I follow it or not? If I don't do it, then what is it? If I join and don't follow their orders, I will go back on my words and go against my words. If I follow their orders, then I will go against my original intentions. Night Sorrow smiled and shook his head. You have strong principles. If the ethereal dynasty can give you a region and let you develop freely, that will be good. Lin Xian'er thought for a while and said. That will be difficult. Why should they take care of us? No one owes anyone anything in this world. I will work hard to obtain it. Night Sorrow said. Chapter 1654. After listening to Night Sorrow's words, Lin Xian'er had a rough idea. Night Sorrow was a virtuous person and had pride in his bones. His soul was noble, so he wouldn't bow down to others and wouldn't do things like seek personal gain. To put it bluntly, Night Sorrow would be the core no matter where he stood. With this analysis, Lin Xian'er felt that if there was a suitable opportunity, she would help to arrange it. Apart from their personal relationship, this wouldn't do any harm to the ethereal dynasty. Night Sorrow had his own principles. If the ethereal dynasty needed something, Night Sorrow wouldn't shirk from it even if there was no order. After drinking, the three of them continued on their journey. Because they knew each other better, they had a lot to talk about and chatted happily. By the way, Night Sorrow, you haven't told me where your real body went to cultivate. Lin Xian'er thought of a question. I'm cultivating at the Heavens Cliff of the Heavens territory, Night Sorrow said. he didn't hide anything from Lin Xian'er. You're a little reckless. The heavens territory is very complicated. Maybe it's nothing now, but when you want to leave, there might be trouble. Lin Xian'er thought for a moment and said. She knew about the various forces in the celestial realm, and she also knew about some of the tricks of the heavens territory. Sister Xian'er, what are the hidden dangers? Datura asked. The heavens cliff is open to attract some cultivators. Those with good aptitudes can't escape their eyes. They will find ways to recruit them and develop them as peripheral forces. They will earn resources for the core of the heavens territory, gather information, and so on. In other words, they are a group of people who serve the core of the heavens territory. If they don't accept them, there won't be any good results, Lin Xian'er said. It's that complicated. Then we'll just sneak away when we're almost done cultivating, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a moment. It's not suitable. The High Priest of the Heavens territory is very strong. His secret technique is the art of destiny. It's very profound. Whatever you think of, he will calculate in advance. Stay there and cultivate. When you're about to leave, inform me. I'll find someone to pick you up. I don't think the heavens territory will stop you, Lin Xian'er said. Sister Xian'er, High Priest Tianqiong is an expert. Will he give us face? Datura asked. I don't have many friends, but one of them is quite powerful. Even the High Priest will give him face. Night Sorrow, remember to inform me before you return. You can't be careless, Lin Xian said as she looked at Night Sorrow. I don't mind owing Sister Xian'er a favor, but I don't want Sister Xian'er to owe others a favor, Night Sorrow said. It's nothing. This person owes me a favor. Don't think too much about it. Let's head towards the Yellow Springs River. I have a feeling that something is going to happen. Lin Xian'er changed the topic. Night Sorrow had gone to the Heavens Vault tribe's territory. She was worried that there would be trouble, so she decided that when Night Sorrow was about to leave, her original body would go and pick him up. Something is going to happen. We will find ghost wings. Sister Xian'er's fortune is here. Let's charge, Night Sorrow shouted. Lin Xian'er smiled. She had been too quiet these past few years. She had forgotten what passion and hot-bloodedness were like. Now, she felt it again because Night Sorrow had an exciting energy. Being close to Night Sorrow, she was unknowingly filled with vitality. As the three of them advanced, Night Sorrow was the saber. If there was a battle, Night Sorrow would attack. Lin Xian'er and Datura would watch the battle and give a few comments from time to time. Half a month later, the three of them reached the Yellow Springs River. There were more evil spirits by the Yellow Springs River. However, some of them were in the process of evolving and would not take the initiative to attack. After evolving, they would choose to leave and not fight by the Yellow Springs River. Night Sorrow and the other two also followed this rule and did not fight by the Yellow Springs River. Chapter Z2, New Chapters A2, Night Sorrow and the other two could not slaughter the evil spirits that did not fight back. The three of them walked along the Yellow Springs River. When they had comprehended something, they would sit down and cultivate. As for the flames of life, the three of them had obtained enough and did not need to deliberately obtain more. The last time, Night Sorrow had comprehended something by the Yellow Springs River and advanced to the Void Lord realm. Walking by the Yellow Springs River still gave him some feelings and made the structure of his void domain more solid. Datura was the same. Sometimes, she would fall into deep thought. The laws and willpower contained in each section of the Yellow Springs River were completely different. It was different from the dark abyss that she was in. Therefore, she would sometimes comprehend something. However, the arrayed disc in Lin Xian'er's hand still did not have any feelings. The three of them just walked along naturally. However, something happened that day, which surprised Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow and the other two saw a special evil spirit. Its skeleton was pale gold and its eyes were also golden flames of life. Originally, it had evolved underground by the Yellow Springs River. Night Sorrow and the other two did not deliberately investigate, so they did not realize that it had appeared of its own accord. After this evil spirit appeared, it directly went in front of Night Sorrow. The flames of life in its eyes were burning, but there was no battle intent or hostility. What's going on? Datura grabbed the hollow knife and was about to attack. Don't. Lin Xianer grabbed Datura's hand. Night Sorrow and this evil spirit looked at each other. Neither of them had any intention of attacking. Night Sorrow moved to the side, and the golden evil spirit followed suit. Sister Xianer, what's going on? An emperor-level evil spirit. Datura asked. It's not an evil spirit. It's a holy spirit. Lin Xianer's eyes were very serious. At this time, Night Sorrow said, I won't attack. You can go. After speaking, Night Sorrow walked towards Lin Xianer and Datura. He felt that it was very strange. According to Lin Xianer, this golden evil spirit was called a holy spirit. It had no hostility towards him. Night Sorrow walked, and this holy spirit followed. Night Sorrow, it wants to follow you. You can take it with you. Lin Xianer said. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and nodded. Sister Xianer, it has the power of merit. Yes, this skeleton was a body of merit when it was alive, and it was very mature. It might be a merit saint. After this person died, this skeleton was washed and purified by the Yellow Springs River. The power of merit was even purer than the glazed bone. According to my estimation, heavenly monarchs and pseudo-emperors can't destroy its skeleton, Lin Xianer said. But this is just the condition of the body. At present, this skeleton is dominated by a soul. We don't know the condition of this soul, Night Sorrow said. If the soul is not pure enough, can it survive in this merit-glazed body? It will be annihilated by the power of merit in an instant. Not to mention whether this soul had the power of merit when it was alive, it was at least a very pure soul. Therefore, the combination of the two formed this golden body Holy Spirit. Lin Xianer looked at the golden body Holy Spirit and said, I see. I understand, but how to arrange this is still a problem. Night Sorrow rubbed his forehead. Chapter 1655. HQ head, then bring him out. This guy looks very energetic. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you can understand, then follow me. Night Sorrow looked at the Golden Holy Spirit and asked. The Golden Holy Spirit nodded and took a step closer to Night Sorrow. This guy will have to fight in the future, but he doesn't have a weapon. It looks like I have to think of a way. Night Sorrow looked at the golden body Holy Spirit and muttered. Just as Yi Shang's voice faded, the golden body Holy Spirit's right hand changed into a golden axe. Then, it swung the axe towards Yi Shang's side, creating a deep trench in the ground. Night Sorrow jumped in fright. It was too ferocious. If he was accidentally injured, he would be sliced in half. His aura isn't stable yet. If it's stable, he'll be a Saint Spirit Emperor. What the hell is this? Lin Xianer was speechless. At first, she thought that the Holy Spirit was a half-step Great Emperor, but when the golden body Holy Spirit attacked, she realized that her judgment was not accurate. The golden body Holy Spirit was in the Great Emperor realm, but its evolution was not complete, and the aura it revealed was not stable. Brother, they're all friends. Don't cut them. Night Sorrow said to the Golden Holy Spirit. The Golden Holy Spirit twisted its neck and made a cracking sound. Then, it nodded. That's unbelievable. How could something like this happen? How did Knight Sorrow manage to get a great emperor as a follower? Mandela said in surprise. This is the tyranny of the deluxe merit grand sage. I have no choice but to concede. However, this golden body Holy Spirit is too conspicuous, even the emperors would try to snatch it away. Knight Sorrow, let's stop for 2 days. I'll get him a set of armor to hide his aura, Lin Xian said. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Xian. What materials do you need? Knight Sorrow asked. There's no need for that. For the next 2 days, all of you should cultivate in the vicinity. I'll solve this problem very soon. After saying that, Lin Xian disappeared in a flash, and an exquisite glazed pagoda appeared in her place. Knight Sorrow and the golden body Holy Spirit communicated. At first, Knight Sorrow needed to speak, but later, the man and the skeleton used their soul power to communicate. Knight Sorrow could send his thoughts to the golden body Holy Spirit, and the golden body Holy Spirit would send its soul power to Knight Sorrow's divine sea. Knight Sorrow tried to let the golden Holy Spirit display its strength, but the results shocked Knight Sorrow and Datura. The golden Holy Spirit's broad axe flew everywhere, and the sky was filled with golden aura chi. There were no battle techniques or secret techniques. It was just a simple and fast attack. However, it was very violent and full of righteousness. This guy is very strong. I can't withstand the strength of his attacks, Datura said. The skeleton itself is very domineering, and the soul it fused with is an emperor-level pure soul. It's just that the fusion evolution is not complete. According to Sister Xian, once the fusion is complete, the golden body Holy Spirit will be an emperor-level golden body Holy Spirit. With its speed, attack power, and shameless golden body defense, even emperor-level cultivators will have a headache when facing it. Knight Sorrow looked at the golden body Holy Spirit again. 2 days later, Lin Xian came out of the time acceleration treasure. Come, Knight Sorrow, put it on for him. Lin Xian took out a set of full body armor. It was a black armor. Knight Sorrow communicated with the golden body Holy Spirit with his soul power, and then threw the armor to the golden body Holy Spirit. The golden body Holy Spirit grabbed the armor with its left hand, and a part of the golden flames in its eyes flowed into the black armor, and the golden body Holy Spirit recognized the black armor as its master. When an evil spirit was killed, what was left was the flame of life, and what was left was the flame of soul. After being recognized by the golden body Holy Spirit's flame of soul, golden threads appeared on the black armor. Then, the golden body Holy Spirit threw the armor away, and the armor disintegrated, and then buckled it on its body piece by piece. The black armor covered the entire body of the golden-bodied Holy Spirit. The lower part of the armor covered the legs of the golden-bodied Holy Spirit, and its head was also covered by the black armor. There was also a piece of armor with golden threads flowing on it, which made it look very domineering. It's too conspicuous. There's also this. Datura took out a black cloak. Knight Sorrow took the cloak and put it on the golden body Holy Spirit, covering its head, and then tied the belt around its neck. It's very stylish. Datura said. It's not just stylish. The cloak is made of black iron silk, and it's impervious to force. It can block sword chi and sword chi, and the armor's defensive power is not a problem. Now, no one will notice anything. Lin Xian said. The golden body Holy Spirit has become a living dark night reaper. Thank you, Sister Xian. Knight Sorrow said with a smile. Then let's go. We'll see its combat power later and see if it can adapt to this armor. Lin Xian said. Knight Sorrow and the other two took the golden body Holy Spirit, and left the Yellow Spring River for some distance, to the area where the evil spirits would take the initiative to fight. At this moment, the golden body Holy Spirit attacked. The golden body Holy Spirit, who was wearing a cloak, moved extremely fast. As he waved the broad axe in his right hand, the golden body Holy Spirit, which was covered in black light, was very sharp. The golden body Holy Spirit was chopped into pieces. Before Night Sorrow could collect the remaining flame of life, it was absorbed by the golden body Holy Spirit's flame of soul and refined, absorbing the flame of life to evolve. Night Sorrow was very shocked. Lin Xian nodded. This is a heaven-defying thing. Bringing it with you is equivalent to having an additional assistant by your side. Night Sorrow let the golden body Holy Spirit fight at the periphery of the Yellow Spring River, and the three of them once again arrived at the Yellow Spring River and moved forward. The situation changed to Night Sorrow and the other two moving forward by the Yellow Spring River, and the golden body Holy Spirit was 10,000 miles away from the three of them, forming a parallel line, and followed the three of them forward. Night Sorrow, this time we killed Clear Sun and the others, and it caused a big incident. The Clear Flower dynasty lost a precious treasure, and they were afraid that this matter would be exposed and cause the Ethereal dynasty to take revenge, so they joined forces with the Celestial sect. Lin Xian said. The Celestial sect is very strong. I read the ancient records, and it said that they have a Celestial Emperor. Night Sorrow said. Yes, but the strongest in the Celestial sect are the two peak monarchs. The Celestial Emperor hasn't shown himself for a long time, and it can even be said that he isn't in the Celestial sect. Currently, the Celestial sect is in charge of the Celestial sect, and the Celestial Emperor's whereabouts are unknown. Even if the Celestial sect and the Ethereal dynasty had a conflict, he didn't show himself. Therefore, the Celestial sect's position is now a first-rate force, not a top-tier force. Of course, ordinary cultivators wouldn't know about this. The divine ranking of the Ethereal dynasty has changed a lot. Night Sorrow said with a wry smile. Don't worry, I'm here with a clone. My original body has communicated with the Ethereal War Emperor, and this matter was caused by the Clear Flower dynasty. If they don't give an explanation, we'll start a war. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said. That's fine. Ah Luo, if there's a war, we'll go to war. After all, this matter started because of us, and we can't run away from what we should face. Night Sorrow said. Okay, we don't lack people. Datura nodded. Chapter 1656. Sister Xian, does that mean something might have happened to the Heaven's Limit Saint Emperor? Night Sorrow asked. No, that guy is hiding from someone. In the celestial realm, there's a crazy guy known as the Great Demon King. Every once in a while, he would come out to challenge someone. Guizhu was an example, and the next one might be the Heaven's Limit Saint Emperor. He admitted that he couldn't handle the Great Demon King, so the Heaven's Limit Saint Emperor might have gone into hiding, Lin Xian said with a smile. Is this Great Demon King a scammer? Datura asked. Not really. He called himself the Punishment Demon King, which means that if he doesn't like someone, or someone with bad morals, he would find fault and punish them. The Heaven's Limit Saint Emperor's reputation isn't very good, especially the titled Saint Emperor, which caused the Great Demon King to be unhappy. Anyway, the two of them don't get along, and the Heaven's Limit Saint Emperor doesn't have enough confidence, which is the current situation, Lin Xian said with a smile. In other words, one is a show-off, and the other is a cowardly turtle, right? Datura said. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Kihi, you're right. That's actually the case, Lin Xian laughed. Lin Xian was convulsing with laughter because no one in the heaven realm had ever given her such an evaluation, but Mandela's evaluation was indeed very apartment. The three of them continued to move forward, and the golden body Holy Spirit maintained a parallel line with them. The golden body Holy Spirit's strength is rapidly increasing, Night Sorrow said. It used to be a stable evolution, but the process was slower. After waking up, it changed its method. You should know what's going on with it, right? Lin Xian looked at Night Sorrow and asked. It's already clear. The original soul of the virtuous body skeleton has been completely annihilated, and a relatively pure emperor-level soul entered the skeleton. The soul itself was pure, and after being purified by the Yellow Springs River, it was attracted by the virtuous golden body, and the two combined to form the current golden body Holy Spirit. Because it was purified by the Yellow Springs River, the soul is in an ignorant state. Now, it trusts me more, so it's following me. Night Sorrow nodded and explained the situation. Then there won't be any hidden dangers. You can rest assured and keep it by your side. Lin Xian was originally a little worried, but now she was relieved. After advancing for a month, Night Sorrow and the others didn't gain anything. However, Night Sorrow's realm had increased a little. What his doppelganger saw and heard in the Yellow Springs River had stimulated his true body. His true body had perfected his nihility domain, which had reached 40% completion. On the other hand, the golden body Holy Spirit's cultivation base was increasing rapidly. His aura had completely stabilized at the Emperor realm. Elder Sister Xian Guizu's ghost wings are hidden very deeply. Datura said after not seeing any movement from his ghost wings. It's hard to say whether or not there will be one. You can't rush it, and you can't force it either. Let nature take its course. Lin Xian was very calm, mainly because she had experienced many things and was able to see things very indifferently. This section of the Yellow Springs River is very long. If the formation plate still doesn't react when we reach the source of the Yellow Springs River and the Yellow Springs River, we'll just fly downstream and search for it, Night Sorrow said. You two don't need to worry about me. It's really nothing. If it's fated, it will be there. If it's not fated, don't force it, Lin Xian said. Because they had already collected a large amount of flames of life, Night Sorrow and the others didn't care about collecting more flames of life, so they just walked along the Yellow Springs River. After a while, Night Sorrow and the others arrived at the source of the Yellow Springs River, which was where they had come from through the void. The Yellow Springs River passed through many spatial worlds, but some only passed through small corners. In spatial worlds, it was only a few hundred kilometers or even 1,000 kilometers, but in the evil execution land, it was much longer. Night Sorrow and the others had advanced very quickly, taking more than a month, which meant that they had traveled at least tens of millions of kilometers. That bastard Guizu, I don't know where he hid the ghost wings, Datura cursed. Then we'll fly downstream and search for it. If we can't find it, we'll have to go back. We can't delay our return. Sister Xian if we can't find it this time, we'll accompany you next time, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a moment. Okay, we'll follow your arrangements. Lin Xian nodded. She wasn't in a hurry. In fact, she was just accompanying Night Sorrow and Datura. Once this evil execution trip is over, she can still come back, Lin Xian said. Because there wasn't much time, Night Sorrow and the others began to fly. The golden body divine spirit followed behind. Its speed was even faster than Night Sorrow and Datura. Because of my matter, I've delayed you and the golden body divine spirit's evolution, Lin Xian said. Don't say that. We came in together. We're a whole. Night Sorrow shook his head. Flying separately by the Yellow River wasn't completely fruitless. Night Sorrow found a skeleton in the Yellow Spring River. It was a golden red tailbone of a demon beast. After Lin Xian identified it, she told Night Sorrow that it was the tip of the tailbone of the blood kirin. Night Sorrow, kirins are auspicious beasts and virtuous beasts. If this tailbone is made into the tip of a spear, it will be very suitable for you, Lin Xian said. It's a very good find. I'm puzzled that an existence like the Blood Kirin could fall. Knight Sorrow shook his head in confusion. Normally, entering the King realm means that one's lifespan is unlimited. However, nothing is absolute. For example, the tribulation of breaking through, whether one's Tao heart is stable enough, and so on. Not to mention the King realm, even imperial emperors and emperors have the possibility of falling. Because if you're strong, your opponents are stronger, Lin Xian said. Knight Sorrow understands. Thank you for enlightening me, Sister Xian. Knight Sorrow nodded to Lin Xian. When they reached the end of the Yellow Spring River, the three still didn't find anything. Knight Sorrow went to the periphery of the Yellow Spring River and carried out a massacre, collecting more than 800 flames of life. Because they were about to leave, he collected as much as he could. Sister Xian, we made a mistake and went the wrong way, Knight Sorrow said. Why? Knight Sorrow, what do you think? Lin Xian looked at Knight Sorrow with a smile. Gue Zhu placed the space source. If Gue Yi is in this evil Punisher land, then he should be with the world source. It's meaningless for us to follow the Yellow Spring River, Knight Sorrow said. Yes, we were wrong in the beginning. This time, we won't make it in time, Datura said. Don't worry. If we can't do it this time, then we'll do it next time. At worst, we'll pay the price and ask Ethereal Battle Emperor to give us a chance to enter, Lin Xian said. I'm afraid that's very difficult, right? Knight Sorrow looked at Lin Xian with some surprise. Nothing is absolute. Okay, let's go out. Lin Xian shook her head. I can feel where the world source is, but we don't have enough time. I've experienced it before. The world source will hide from cultivators. It's difficult to get close to it, Knight Sorrow said as he looked up into the distance. You can sense where the world source is. Lin Xian turned to Knight Sorrow. Chapter 1657. Yes, I misunderstood. That's it for this time. If I come again, Knight Sorrow, you have to help and come with Sister Xian, Lin Xian said. Look at the original chapter ZD_. No problem. As long as Sister Xian asks, I will definitely be there, Knight Sorrow nodded. The Golden Body Holy Spirit needs the flames of life to advance. You kill in this area for a few more days, then we'll take your Dark Hand teleportation array back to the main camp. It'll only take a little more than 2 days, so it won't even take me a day, Lin Xian said to the Golden Body Holy Spirit behind Yishang. Alright, I will bring him to kill, Knight Sorrow said and flew towards the periphery of the Yellow Springs River with the Golden Holy Spirit to kill the evil spirits. Datura and Lin Xian followed behind. The two of them did not make a move. It was not that they could not kill the evil spirits now, but that there were not enough of them to kill. Ah Luo, Knight Sorrow's opportunities and luck are really overbearing. With the Golden Holy Spirit following him, he will have an Emperor Realm helper in the future, and it will not be an ordinary one. If the Golden Holy Spirit evolves, no one in the Emperor Realm will be able to hurt it, Lin Xian said. After I met him and married him, I also obtained a lot of opportunities. The opportunity to enter the Emperor Realm has a lot to do with him, Datura said. Lin Xian exhaled. Previously, she had only read about it in the ancient records that people with a body of merit and good luck would be blessed with good luck. Now, she had experienced it firsthand. Outside, the Radiant Dynasty had already sent a lot of compensation to the Ethereal Dynasty, asking them to quell their anger. One of the materials was very suitable for her. In addition, she felt that there was still hope to obtain the ghost wings. These were all brought after she met Knight Sorrow. A few days passed, and after obtaining another 800 flames of life, Knight Sorrow kept the Golden Body Holy Spirit that did not resist into the 8 Dragon Cauldron. Then, together with Lin Xianer and Datura, they activated the transfer array disk and arrived at a place not far from the evil punishing gate, which was also the place where Night Sorrow had set up his trap. Night Sorrow, do you think we can set up a teleportation array in the celestial realm, connect it to this place, and then sneak in to help Sister Xian find ghost wings? Datura asked. Night Sorrow thought for a moment and said, "It's possible, but it's a little immoral. This place is guarded by the Misty Dynasty, and they are benefiting the celestial realm. It's not appropriate for us to sneak in here. We can be unscrupulous when dealing with our enemies, but it's not appropriate for us to treat the Misty Dynasty who are friendly to us like this. I'd rather pay the price and ask them to give us a chance." Sister Xian, I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize. I admire your character and principles. A momentary loss is nothing. Lin Xianer truly admired Night Sorrow's perseverance and felt gratified in her heart, because Night Sorrow was someone who deserved to be treated sincerely and trusted unconditionally. However, I won't be inflexible. I'll set up the teleportation array. I can pay a huge price and even make a promise to the ethereal battle monarch to give me a chance. If he doesn't agree, then we'll do it again without harming his interests. No one can break Sister Xian's opportunity, said Night Sorrow. Alright, I'm afraid the realm teleportation stone won't work. You'll have to change to the god's teleportation crystal. You'll have to change the array base. Lin Xianer said. Although Night Sorrow had changed his attitude, Lin Xianer felt that Night Sorrow's decision was very reasonable and had principles. It was as flexible as Night Sorrow had said. After dismantling the inter-realm teleportation array and setting up the Emperor-level teleportation array and hiding it, Night Sorrow clapped his hands. Done. Then let's go to the campsite, said Datura. There's no hurry. Let's talk about our gains and some other decisions first, said Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, go ahead. Lin Xianer knew that Night Sorrow had more to say. Now that we have close to 3,000 flames of life, I plan to hand over 1,000 directly to the ethereal battle monarch. Not for anything else, but for the right to talk to the ethereal battle monarch once. As for the remaining 2,000, Luo and I will take 1,000, and Sister Xianer will take 1,000, said Night Sorrow. Night Sorrow, what kind of decision is this? It's right for you to hand over 1,000 to the ethereal city lord, but why are you giving me 1,000? I have some things that I can't tell you at the moment, and I'm already feeling very guilty. Give me 300. You'll feel bad if you don't take even a little. Don't say anything else, or I won't be able to accept it, said Lin Xianer. She was indeed very touched. Lin Xianer knew that Yi Shang was willing to hand over 1,000 more flames of life to Ethereal City's City Lord's mansion because of her opportunity. She also admired Yi Shang for directly using 1,000 flames of life as a stepping stone. Not everyone could make such a decision, and not everyone had the courage to do so. Then I'll listen to Sister Xianer. That Jin Ling is a glutton and needs flames of life to evolve. I can't not support him, Night Sorrow thought for a moment and nodded. After the distribution, Night Sorrow and the other two returned to the main campsite. At this time, many people had returned because there were still 2 days before the retreat. Those who couldn't return might never return, just like Zhao Yang. Song Ning and Wu Fing were very happy to see that Night Sorrow and the other two had returned. Song Ning invited them into the main tent and brewed a pot of tea. Are you guys in a hurry? Wu Fing and I are very anxious. Hee hee. Sorry for making Boss Song and brother Wu Fing worry. Old Song, this is our mission. Night Sorrow took out 60 flames of life. Lin Xianer also took out 3 Emperor-grade flames of life and handed them to Song Ning. You didn't pick any mixed equipment. As a friend, I feel that you're at a disadvantage. As one of the ethereal city lords, I'm very pleased, Song Ning sighed and said. It's nothing. I don't need to take advantage of this. Also, I'd like to ask Old Song for a favor, Night Sorrow said. Night Sorrow, tell me. If I can help, I'll definitely help, Song Ning nodded. Night Sorrow took out 10 spirit array containers and pushed them in front of Song Ning. Here are 1,000 flames of life. I didn't pick any of them. I just want to see the ethereal Battle Emperor and have a chance to enter the evil Punisher land again. Lord Battle Emperor, you can name your conditions. Night Sorrow, 1,000 flames of life. That's about all 3 of you can get in one time. And you only want one chance to enter. Is it worth it? Song Ning stood up and looked at Lin Xianer. She didn't understand the situation. Sometimes, there's no such thing as whether it's worth it or not. It's only about whether you should do it or not. Boss Song, please help me pass on the message. Thank you, Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Song Ning. Alright, then I'll accept it first. I'll pass on your request. Seeing Lin Xianer turn her head to the side and ignore her questioning gaze, Song Ning had no choice but to accept it first. She planned to ask Lin Xianer about it when there was no one around. Chapter 1658. Wu Fing didn't ask because he knew that Night Sorrow must have his reasons for doing so. After that, Night Sorrow, Datura, and Lin Xianer left the main tent while Night Sorrow went to get 2 tents. Datura took out a jug of wine, poured 3 cups and pushed them in front of Night Sorrow and Lin Xianer. Night Sorrow, although you lost some resources, I support you. Friends are hard to find. You did well. Datura raised his cup to Night Sorrow. Thank you. I was worried that you wouldn't understand. Ha! Night Sorrow said with a smile. Of course not. Sister Xianer is our friend. Besides, no matter what you did was right or wrong, I will always be by your side. A real man should be like you. Datura nodded to Night Sorrow. Are you husband and wife? One says thank you and the other is shameless enough to praise you. Lin Xianer said with a smile. It's always been like this in my family. Even if it's just pouring a cup of water for the children, we will always say thank you. It's because my sisters taught us well and also because of Night Sorrow's influence. As for praise, if I think it's right, then it should be praised. Praise is support and encouragement. Datura said. There's only one Night clan in this world. That's all I can say. Lin Xianer said. It was time to retreat. Song Ning went to Night Sorrow's tent. It's time. That brat from the Zhao Hua dynasty hasn't returned. He's probably dead. Close to 20 of our soldiers didn't return. Their soul crystals have turned black. They're also dead. Song Ning's voice was a little soft and sad. She had a good relationship with the soldiers of the Song Ning army. This is fate. Lin Xianer said. After that, the group left the camp and returned to the celestial realm through the evil Punisher gate. All of you listen up, especially you loose cultivators. After this place is sealed, it will become a killing array. If you don't want to die, don't come near. Now, return to the Imperial City. Song Ning ordered. At the same time, she took out the sealing array disc and activated the sealing array. She could activate it, but she could not stop it. After returning to the ethereal Imperial City, everyone went their separate ways. Night Sorrow and the other 2 returned to the Night Moon Manor. Song Ning immediately went to the towering glazed pagoda of the City Lord's mansion. When Song Ning arrived, the doors of the glazed pagoda opened wide, allowing him to enter. Dressed in loose robes, Lin Xianer stood with her hands behind her back. This was her original body. She knew Song Ning would definitely come. Miss, what's going on? Song Ning didn't stop to rest after returning to the ethereal imperial city. Actually, I was also very confused. I never thought that he would make such a decision. Because of this, he became my first friend, Lin Xian'er said as she sat on the only chair in the hall. Miss, what happened after you went in? Song Ning asked. Something did happen. His 1,000 flames of life was actually for Lin Xian'er. Take it back for him. I can't accept it. Lin Xian'er smiled helplessly because the 1,000 flames of life was burning her heart. I feel very guilty for hiding my identity. You can say that I lied to him. How could I bear to let him worry about me? Also, his current lair is at the Star Moon Lake near our Greenwater City. Tell Night Sorrow that the area around the Star Moon Lake is the territory of the Star Moon Lake. Also, inform the nearby cities to not interfere with the development of the Star Moon Lake. Also, tell him that the Ethereal Empire will not restrict the development of the Star Moon Lake. He has full autonomy. If he is willing, he can accept this token if he pays 1,000,000 Saint Spirit Stones every 10,000 years and the Misty Dynasty is willing to protect the Star Moon Lake. Lin Xian'er, or rather, the Misty Battle Empress, threw a token to Song Ning. Song Ning thanks Miss on behalf of Night Sorrow. Song Ning took the token and bowed to the Ethereal Battle Empress. You can't accept this token. You can't do that, and I don't need it. This is what I should do, Ethereal Battle Emperor said. Miss, this guy has gained your friendship. This is a huge gain. It means that his realm has a foundation. Song Ning was a little surprised by the Ethereal Battle Empress's decision. You're wrong. It's not that he gained my friendship. Friendship is not that cheap. It was not easy for me to gain his friendship. Inform him that I will arrange for the three of them to come in again at a suitable time. When they come out, they will have to hand over 300 flames of life, said the Ethereal Battle Empress. All right, I will arrange it. Song Ning nodded. Also, Wu Fing is interested in you. No matter how willing you are, he will have to come to me to ask for your hand in marriage. It's not like you don't have any relatives. If you marry a woman from the Lin family, there must be an explanation. Go back. The Ethereal Battle Empress waved her hand. Miss, wait. If he asks how we know about the Star Moon Lake, what should we say? Asked Song Ning. Your brain has been a little slow recently. Don't tell me you can't hide anything from the Ethereal Dynasty. The Ethereal Battle Empress glared at Song Ning. Song Ning smiled embarrassedly and left the glazed pagoda. She was very happy. She was really happy. She had solved a lot of problems by coming here. After staying in the Night Moon Villa for a while, Night Sorrow went to the Imperial Master Pavilion. That was his business. He had to take care of it. After looking around, Night Sorrow found that everything was fine. He went to the pavilion behind the Imperial Master Pavilion. He planned to arrange the flames of life and put some on the shelves to exchange for high-grade materials. Night Sorrow was in a good mood. He took out the 8-dragon cauldron and placed it beside him. Just as Night Sorrow was about to differentiate the flames of life, he found that everything was still. Even the flame in the crystal lamp stopped dancing. Everything was still. Domain, an extremely vast domain. Everything in the Imperial Master Pavilion was still. Only Night Sorrow could move. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared in Night Sorrow's room. The middle-aged man was wearing a loose robe and had a smile on his face. Unlike other cultivators who had long hair, this middle-aged man had short hair. May I ask why Senior is looking for Night Sorrow? Night Sorrow cupped his fists towards the middle-aged man. He knew that although the middle-aged man was calm, he was definitely a peerless expert. I'm here for you and for him. The middle-aged man pointed to the golden body evil spirit. That little girl is still not careful enough. You didn't notice it either. The golden body divine spirit doesn't seem to have any problems, but the evil punishing land left behind by Guizhou isn't so simple. Come out. The middle-aged man stretched out his right hand towards the golden body divine spirit. The middle-aged man's right hand was filled with a mysterious aura. Night Sorrow did not see any energy fluctuations, but a black energy was grabbed out of the golden body divine spirit. It was a soul. This soul began to struggle. Fine spatial cracks appeared around the soul. Guizhou, you should not have had any ideas about world merit. The heavenly way does not allow it. Suppress. The middle-aged man shook his right hand and the black soul was scattered. Then, the soul began to reassemble. A ghost face appeared on the reassembled soul. Tran Hung. What are you doing? Chapter 1659. After capturing the soul, the middle-aged man stored it in a golden artifact. This needs to be refined slowly. This is. Night Sorrow was a little confused. Little brat, you're still young and don't understand the methods of those old fellows. Guizhou's soul resides in this golden body divine spirit, but the sudden appearance of a pure soul has disrupted his plans. However, he only needs some time to complete the possession and corrosion. When that time comes, you will be the first to suffer. The middle-aged man pulled out a chair and sat down, pointing to the teapot in front of Night Sorrow. Then I'll thank Senior. Night Sorrow took the teapot and began to brew tea. He knew that this middle-aged man had no ill intentions. What Senior or Junior? In fact, I've just cultivated for a few years. You can call me elder brother, the middle-aged man corrected Night Sorrow. While drinking tea, the middle-aged man did not speak. After drinking a cup of tea, the middle-aged man stood up. Cultivate your body, cultivate your morals, and respect your heart. The road ahead is long, but it will also be smooth. Guizhou called elder brother Tran Hung. May I know which person on the god and demon list is elder brother? Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to leave, Night Sorrow asked. At this time, the middle-aged man's figure had already disappeared, but his voice sounded, I'm not on the list, but the god and demon list was written by elder brother. Night Sorrow's body trembled. What kind of concept was this? The person who wrote the god and demon list should at least know the strength of all the experts on the list. His own strength should be above the experts on the list. Everything returned to normal and the world returned to normal. It could even be said that no one knew what had happened. Jean Ling also stepped forward and walked around Night Sorrow. He also did not know that he had just survived a crisis. If not for Tran Hung's help, he would have been possessed by Guizhou in the future. Without tidying up his fires of life, Night Sorrow left the Emperor's Teacher Tower and returned to Night Moon Villa. His heart was not calm. A domain that could freeze a large area was too powerful. In that state, he could kill anyone he wanted. Song Ning arrived at the Night Moon Villa and Lin Xianer was there as well, sitting at the same table as Night Sorrow. Seeing that Night Sorrow was distracted, Song Ning waved his hand in front of Night Sorrow's eyes. Night Sorrow rubbed his eyes. Is everyone here? What are you thinking about? Datura asked. Nothing much, old Song is here. Night Sorrow greeted. I'm here today with some good news, Song Ning said. What good news? Datura asked eagerly. This time around, you guys have done a meritorious deed for the ethereal dynasty by killing so many evil spirits. Later on, the heavens will naturally have some sort of reaction. However, things like fortune are intangible. Song Ning spoke up. The rules of the celestial realm have a cycle. When it covers this area, fortune and merit will descend. Lin Xianer added. The Battle Emperor will not take these 1,000 flames of life. She will not take advantage of others. As for you guys wanting to enter the evil Punisher land again, it's not impossible. However, you guys will have to hand over 300 flames of life as the price. Since you've already taken out 1,000, 300 won't make a difference. There's nothing to disagree about. I'll agree on your behalf. The Battle Emperor will find a suitable time to send you guys in. Tsang Ning said with a smile. Lin Xian'er turned her head to the side. Agree on her behalf. He was just lying through his teeth. However, it was still reasonable and there were no loopholes. All right, Sister Xian'er. We'll have a chance to enter. Knight Sorrow waved his arm. There's something else that the Battle Emperor wants me to convey. Tsang Ning said. She won't ask for other things just because she didn't take these 1,000 flames of life, right? We won't force people to do things. Datura stood up and said. Ah Luo, calm down. Let's see what Boss Tsang has to say. Knight Sorrow pulled Datura to sit down. Knight Sorrow, your base should be at the Star Moon Lake in the Greenwater City. The Battle Emperor wants to use the Star Moon Lake as the center. The surrounding million miles will be under the jurisdiction of the Star Moon Lake. You guys can develop freely without being restricted by the Ethereal Dynasty. However, you can't harm the Ethereal Dynasty. Tsang Ning said. It seems like we've been exposed. Tell me about the Ethereal Dynasty's request. Knight Sorrow said after letting out a breath. He was most worried about the Star Moon Lake and Star Moon City being exposed. I've said it just now. There's no request. However, you still have a choice. If the Star Moon Lake wants to be protected by the Ethereal Dynasty, you'll have to hand over the Saint Spirit Stones. Of course, you can choose not to. The Ethereal Dynasty will not interfere with the matters of the Star Moon Lake. Naturally, they won't care if the Star Moon Lake is attacked. Tsang Ning moved his finger. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, I didn't expect the Ethereal Battle Emperor to be such a money grubber. Datura muttered. Ah Luo, be careful with your words. Tsang Ning reached out and pulled Datura. She knew that the Ethereal Battle Emperor was sitting right there. What's wrong with that? You won't let me speak. Lin Xian'er smiled. She naturally knew that Datura was a straightforward person. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Boss Tsang, it's reasonable to hand over the Saint Spirit Stones for protection. What's the price? Knight Sorrow asked. It wasn't honorable to ask for protection. However, Knight Sorrow didn't need it. The Primal Chaos Realm needed it. 1,000,000 Saint Spirit Stones for protection for 10,000 years. Tsang Ning said. 100 a year. Datura looked at Tsang Ning in surprise. Yes, that's what the Battle Emperor said. Tsang Ning nodded. I'll do it. I take back what I said just now. The Battle Emperor really isn't a money grubber. Datura smiled embarrassedly. Knight Sorrow, what do you think? Tsang Ning looked at Knight Sorrow. The person who could make the decision was Knight Sorrow. It's a favor. I can't refuse the kindness of others. I'll take it. However, you have to tell the Battle Emperor that the Ethereal Empire needs it. As long as it doesn't go against principles or morals, Knight Sorrow will help. Knight Sorrow sighed. Knight Sorrow, you're not happy? Tsang Ning asked. Favors are the hardest to return in this world. I'm very grateful for the Battle Emperor's kindness. If only it was 10,000,000 Saint Spirit Stones for 10,000 years. Then, there would be no such thing as favors. Knight Sorrow smiled bitterly. Knight Sorrow, you're thinking too much. The Battle Emperor might not think that way. Lin Xian'er said. She didn't expect that her decision would put pressure on Knight Sorrow. Yes, it's nothing. If the Ethereal Battle Emperor has a war, I'll go. I just have to be myself. Knight Sorrow said. The Battle Emperor said that if you agree, this is for you. It's the sovereign token of the Ethereal Empire. In the Ethereal Empire, it's on the same level as the Palace Master token. When other forces see this token, they will have to give way. Tsang Ning handed a token to Knight Sorrow. I'm puzzled. Our Star Moon City was built very secretly. How did it get discovered? Datura was puzzled. If the Ethereal Empire wants to know something, nothing can be hidden. Actually, this is a good thing. The Battle Emperor is really kind and doesn't have any other intentions. According to my understanding of the Battle Emperor, if she has other intentions, she will say it directly. She won't use any tricks. Tsang Ning explained on behalf of Lin Xian'er. Chapter 1660. Knight Sorrow wanted to hold a banquet, so Tsang Ning went to call Wu Feng. Wu Feng wouldn't attend any banquets held by others. In the past few years, he hadn't attended any social events. Even if it was an invitation from the 7th Mansion head, he would reject it. He didn't want to get involved in any conflicts. However, he was more than happy to attend Knight Sorrow's banquet. Knight Sorrow was a brother he acknowledged. Wu Feng and Tsang Ning arrived at Night Moon Villa. The banquet was ready. Yi Shang called for Hong Yi and Lan Ning, who were originally unwilling to sit at the table, to sit. You know our family's rules. No one will mind. Yi Shang looked at Lin Xian'er and Tsang Ning as he spoke. Wu Feng didn't understand why Knight Sorrow would hold a banquet. Knight Sorrow had already told him about Ethereal Battle Emperor's attitude toward Star Moon Lake. This is a good thing. It's worth celebrating. Wu Feng was stunned. Ethereal Dynasty's policy toward Star Moon Lake was surprisingly good. Knight Sorrow isn't too willing. He feels like he owes her a favor, Tsang Ning said with a smile. Brother, I know you have your principles, but you don't have to think too much. If Ethereal Dynasty needs something, we will do what we can. But if it goes against our principles, then there's nothing we can do about it. Looking at it from another angle, Lord Battle Emperor is magnanimous. We can't use favors to profane her magnanimity, Wu Feng said to Knight Sorrow. Thank you for your advice, big brother. I understand. Knight Sorrow nodded. It's good that you understand. Don't feel pressured. You're a man with an indomitable spirit. You know what to do. You're just putting too much pressure on yourself. I've seen the Battle Emperor before. She's indeed magnanimous. Although she's a woman, she's definitely not inferior to men, Wu Feng said with a smile. You've only seen her once. Tsang Ning curled his lips. You can tell what kind of person some people are after meeting them once. Knight Sorrow and I became friends after meeting once. The War Emperor was very generous when it came to me. She helped others without asking for anything in return. Of course, whether it's me or Yi Shang, we won't go against our conscience and accept benefits from others. Alright, let's drink. This is indeed something worth celebrating. Wu Feng raised his glass to Yi Shang. Lin Xian'er had a smile on her face because Wu Feng's evaluation was very honest. Everything she heard behind the scenes was the truth. Knight Sorrow nodded. Yes, my mind is much clearer now. That's very good of you. How many years has it been for me to become a manor lord? I even have to follow the orders of the city lord manor. As for you, you don't have to care about anything. If there's any festive event in the Ethereal Dynasty, you'll be invited and have a seat, said Tsang Ning. I'm very grateful to the War Emperor for thinking so highly of me. If there's a chance, I'll have to thank her. Knight Sorrow smiled. Looking at things from a different perspective, he felt much more relaxed. After drinking, Wu Feng and Tsang Ning left. Datura also sent Lin Xianer to rest. Night Sorrow brought Jin Ling to his resting place and communicated with Jin Ling. Jin Ling needed flames of life that were above the Heaven Monarch realm. Low-level flames of life would not be of much use. Night Sorrow sorted out his flames of life and put a storage ring on Jin Ling. He filled it with 30 flames of life and told Jin Ling how to use it. Night Sorrow didn't have many flames of life that were above the Heaven Monarch realm. However, the consumption of flames of Heaven Monarch realm was not high. After all, it wasn't a resource that could be used indefinitely. After using a few flames of life, it couldn't be used anymore. For example, Night Sorrow and Datura's soul energy was saturated and couldn't be strengthened any further. Night Sorrow still had 1,700 to 800 flames of life. After sorting it out, Night Sorrow planned to send some flames of life back to Xingyue City. Letting Jin Ling cultivate by herself in Night Moon Villa, Night Sorrow took Datura to the former Night Mansion. He called for Qing Emperor and Wuling Mountain Chieftain to take the teleportation formation to Xingyue City. Night Sorrow, Datura, and Qing Emperor arrived at the City Lord Manor. Tang Jianfeng, Lord of Heaven God Hu, and the others all came over. They all knew that Night Sorrow usually had something to do when he came back. After everyone sat down, Night Sorrow explained the current situation. Domain Lord, are you saying that we can expand our forces now? Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord asked in surprise. That's right. The Misty Dynasty won't attack us. Instead, they'll protect our development. Night Sorrow nodded. That is to say, we can develop like the other powers. Yuan Dao Heavenly Lord said excitedly. It's like this. We can start developing now. Here are the flames of life. Master, you can use them as you see fit. As for how to arrange them, you can distribute them to whoever you want. Yishang took out 2 bottles of flames of life and handed them to Emperor Qing. What is the fire of life? Qing Emperor was a little confused. Datura then explained to Qing Emperor and the others the purpose of the fire of life. This is too precious. We have to use it carefully. Domain Lord, aren't you going to exchange it for resources? Leave some for the Domain Lord's manor and give it to those who have contributed, Heaven Lord Shinhu said. Everyone knew their limits. They all knew how difficult it was for Night Sorrow. Don't worry. If the chaotic realm develops well, we'll have the confidence to stand out, Night Sorrow said. After communicating with everyone, Night Sorrow told Qing Emperor and the others that in the past, the Yi Manor and the Celestial Master Pavilion could hang a plaque in Star Moon City. After settling the matters in Star Moon City, Night Sorrow and Datura returned to the city in the sky. He gave some of the Saint-level and King-level fires of life to Xikong Chuyu and Taishuyan. After explaining their effects, he asked them to distribute them accordingly. Night Sorrow also gave some to Yang Lei. He asked Yang Lei to give some to Yang Yu, the people from Medicine Valley, and the members of the God-slaying team. Night Sorrow did not forget anyone who had passed by him. Feeling that he did not leave anything behind, Night Sorrow stayed at home for 2 days. He told his family that they could go to the ethereal imperial city if they wanted to, but they had to be careful and not run around. After all, he still had enemies. After Night Sorrow and Datura returned to the ethereal imperial city, they saw Tsang Ning in the Night Moon Villa. The City Lord's manor has passed down the order that Star Moon Lake is the fief of the Overlord. The ethereal imperial city recognizes Star Moon Lake as a force, Tsang Ning said to Night Sorrow. But I haven't handed over the Holy Spirit stones. Night Sorrow said. He felt that the ethereal imperial city had acted a little too quickly. Sigh. You haven't handed them over, but you have me. You don't have to worry about this. Tsang Ning looked at Night Sorrow and shook his head. Night Sorrow took out a storage ring and said, "Help me hand over another 2 million. Okay, I'll do it for you. Night Sorrow, your mansion can hang the signboard of Star Moon Lake. Star Moon Lake's Night Moon Villa is not bad, Sangning said. There's no need for that, right? Wouldn't that be too ostentatious? Let others know that Star Moon Lake is related to me, Night Sorrow said. It's to let others know that it's related to you so that they won't dare to make a move, Lin Xianair said. Sister Xianair, do you think my strength is enough to intimidate others? Night Sorrow asked with a smile. Chapter 1661. Moon Star Lake is a force recognized by the Ethereal Dynasty. They also have the sovereign token of the Ethereal Dynasty. Would Moon Gazing Manor and Sky Sun Manor dare to touch them? Definitely not. The Ethereal Dynasty doesn't forbid internal conflicts, but there are rules. If they dare to use underhanded means outside the rules, the War Emperor can crush them to death. You're not afraid of battles within the rules, and you're not afraid of anyone below the Emperor Realm. There's no one above the Emperor Realm in Moon Star Lake. Their Emperor Realm cultivators are just decorations, Sangning explained when he saw that Night Sorrow didn't understand. If their Emperor Realm cultivators make a move, Big Brother won't sit back and do nothing. Wufeng looked at Night Sorrow and said. You have friends and brothers, so there's nothing to worry about, Lin Xianair said. Then I'll hang up. But Boss Tsang, you have to know that I won't let the Moon Gazing Manor and Sky Sun Manor off the hook for bullying me. I can't swallow my anger, they must pay the price, Night Sorrow explained his point of view. Then we'll make them submit, until they come to apologize, Lin Xianair said when she saw that Sangning didn't know what to say. She was telling Sangning her attitude. This might hurt the Ethereal Dynasty, but they are the weakness of the Ethereal Dynasty. They are also a tumor that must be dealt with. If they don't recognize their mistakes, they will suffer in the future and even endanger the stability of the Ethereal Dynasty. Gong Yufan was able to give Yuanji the Celestial Sect's puppet, which means that he has a good relationship with the Celestial Sect. If I don't deal with someone like him, who else can I deal with? Night Sorrow said. You're right. I'm sure the Ethereal War Emperor can understand. You're helping the Ethereal Dynasty solve its internal problems, Lin Xianair said. Sangning took the Saint Spirit Stone that Night Sorrow gave him and left. Wufeng also left the Night Moon Manor. I'm going to refine a batch of seals that belong to the Moon Star Lake. Our people will bring them with them when they go out in the future. This way, if anyone wants to play any underhanded tricks, they won't have a reason to do so, Night Sorrow said after thinking for a moment. You're very meticulous. This way, there won't be an excuse for accidental injury. Lin Xian nodded. Sister Xian, since the Battle Emperor has agreed to let us go to the evil punishing land, we won't activate that hidden hand. Sister Xian can only wait, Night Sorrow said. I'm not in a hurry, I'm really not in a hurry, Lin Xian smiled as she shook her head. She understood that Night Sorrow was genuinely concerned about his friend. Then we will wait. Hong Yi, continue to issue a challenge to the Heaven Monarch of Guanyue Prefecture according to the list, Night Sorrow said to Hong Yi. Hong Yi nodded, don't worry, young master. I will arrange it. Young master, call the members of the God-slaying squad over. They don't have anything to do every day, and they are so anxious that they are crying out. Liaoning asked. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Night Sorrow agreed after thinking for a while. Star Moon Lake still needs to develop quickly. 10,000 years is nothing in the celestial realm, and it will pass in the blink of an eye. Which force in the celestial realm hasn't developed for millions of years? The Ethereal Dynasty only charges 1,000,000 Saint Spirit Stones for protection for 10,000 years. 100 Saint Spirit Stones a year is very cheap, but have you thought about what would happen if Star Moon Lake didn't develop for 1,000,000 years? You can't afford it, Lin Xian said to Night Sorrow. Yes, I've thought about this problem too. 100 Saint Spirit Stones a year is nothing in the short term, but 10,000 years would require 1,000,000 Saint Spirit Stones, and 1,000,000 years would require more than 100 million Saint Spirit Stones. Thus, the ethereal dynasty is helping us stabilize in the early stages. If we want stability with this treatment, it won't work, Datura said. I know, how could I not consider this problem? What we need now is development. Ah Luo, can you not become an emperor in 10,000 years? Or can I not become an emperor in 10,000 years? Strength determines status. We can ask for protection, or we can choose not to, said Yishan. Is it appropriate to not ask for protection? Datura was stunned. We accept protection because we are weak, and we need it because we are weak. When we are strong enough, I believe the ethereal war emperor will make a new decision. If you become an emperor, will the ethereal dynasty still accept the Saint Spirit Stones for protection? That's not a joke. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Originally, I was anxious for you and worried that you would feel pressured, but in front of your confidence, this pressure is nothing. Lin Xian smiled. I'm 180 years old this year, and I can cultivate to half-step emperor. No one knows what will happen in 10,000 years. I've already paid for 30,000 years. If I can't achieve anything in 30,000 years, I'll have lived in vain, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Well said. If you have this confidence, then there's nothing wrong with that. However, Night Sorrow, you must remember that no matter if you become an emperor, or an emperor, you can't leave me out of the celebration banquet. Lin Xian looked at Night Sorrow and said. Big Sister Xian what are you saying? Night Moon Villa has your residence, so it's your home. You'll be there at any time. No banquet can be left out of Big Sister Xian Night Sorrow said with a smile. Lin Xian nodded. Night Moon Villa had really become a place for her to stay. Big Sister Xian you have a lot of experience. Can I ask you something? Night Sorrow asked. He wanted to know more about Tran Hung. Go ahead, I'll tell you if I know. Lin Xian nodded. In the celestial realm, experts are respected by those on the celestial demon list. However, is the celestial demon list fair and reasonable? Do the experts on the celestial demon list agree? Night Sorrow asked. The celestial demon list is a comprehensive evaluation based on cultivation, absolute arts, weapons, treasures, attributes, and so on. It's relatively fair. Currently, no one has publicly questioned it. Of course, there are examples of successful challengers. However, the successful challengers also increased their strength after the celestial demon list was created. Therefore, there's no such thing as unreasonable. Lin Xian nodded. That means that the celestial demon list covers all the experts in the world. Datura asked. You can't say that. There are many reclusive cultivators who have never come out of seclusion and have never made a move. There are such people who have never made a move. However, you haven't made a move, so you can't question the celestial demon list. Lin Xian shook her head. Then what's the situation with the person who created the celestial demon list? Night Sorrow asked the question he wanted to ask. See section T of the original version √% chapter, off, Tran Hung. Everyone only knows him as Tran Hung. He has existed for a very long time and is the most respected emperor in the celestial realm. No one can question his strength or his legitimacy. There was once an almighty azure dragon who asked Tran Hung why the experts of the azure dragons couldn't be on the list. Tran Hung said that the celestial demon list only included human cultivators and was only a list to encourage human cultivators to improve. It had nothing to do with beasts. In the end, the almighty azure dragon refused to accept it and made a move. What's the result? Lin Xian'er asked with a smile. Sister Xian'er, don't make us anxious. Hurry up and tell us. Datura asked anxiously. Chapter 1662. So overbearing. But it's a pity that I'm not a human, so I don't have the chance to enter the list, Datura said, shaking his head. No, Luo, are you Datura's flower now? You've completely transformed into a human, so you're a human in the world of Tran Hung. What he doesn't approve of is that you're not a human. For example, divine beast clans or talented monster beasts, they're unwilling to give up their beast form. Even if they appear in human form, it's still an illusion. Such cultivators aren't qualified to enter the celestial demon list, Lin Xian'er explained. I've completely transformed into a human. Even if I fight in my original form, it's still a skill. It has nothing to do with my genetic structure. This is proven by the fact that Night Sorrow and I can have children, Datura nodded. Tran Hung is fair and is the pride of our human race. It's also the reason why the human race can dominate the celestial realm. So what if the divine beast clans are strong? They're still in their own world and can't dominate the celestial realm, Lin Xian'er said. I've seen him before. He's a very peaceful elder, Night Sorrow said. What? You've seen Tran Hung? Lin Xian'er asked in surprise. I've seen him before. He helped me solve a hidden danger. The soul of the Guizhu was hidden in the body of the golden body divine spirit and was captured by Tran Hung and suppressed, Night Sorrow nodded. How many years has it been since anyone has seen Tran Hung? He actually appeared in the Misty Dynasty and helped you solve a big problem. How rare. Lin Xian'er's face was full of shock. The Misty Dynasty was her territory. It could be said that everything was under her control. However, she didn't know that Tran Hung had come. This also showed that there was a gap between them. After all, she was the Battle Emperor who was ranked first on the Celestial Demon list. After thinking about it for a moment, Lin Xian'er shook her head. There were more than 100 experts on the Celestial Demon list, and she was ranked first because she was the strongest in terms of direct combat. However, in terms of speed and concealment, there were many people who were stronger than her, not to mention Tran Hung, who was the pillar of the human race. Night Sorrow, why didn't you say anything? We have to meet such a person. Datura complained to Night Sorrow. I didn't know at first and we didn't talk. He just left after drinking a cup of tea. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Lin Xian'er shook her head. She knew that Tran Hung wasn't someone that anyone could meet if they wanted to. She had never met him before, or even if she had met him, she didn't know. It was just like how Night Sorrow met her. He only knew that she was Lin Xian'er and didn't know that she was the Misty Battle Emperor. The signboard of the Night Moon Villa changed to the Star Moon Lake's Night Moon Villa. Lin Xian'er had an idea. She took out a big stone from the villa and placed it beside the gate. She waved her sword and carved the words, Lord's Mansion. Gong Yufan of the Moon Viewing Mansion and Yang Tianlai of the Sun Mansion knew about it. They were shocked because their sense of superiority as mansion lords was gone. They were mansion lords of the Misty Dynasty, but Night Sorrow was now a lord recognized by the Misty Dynasty. His status and position were not inferior to theirs. If he were to play any tricks, Cao Ning and Wu Fing wouldn't even need to be angry. The Battle Emperor would crush them to death. Luo Yuandao brought Luo Fei to the Night Moon Villa and brought gifts to congratulate him. Night Sorrow received Luo Yuandao and his son. This was Luo Yuandao's second visit to the Night Moon Villa. The first time he came, he expressed his sincerity. He even openly said that it wasn't Night Sorrow's fault that Luo Fei's original body was killed, even if Night Sorrow was the killer. As for whether it was true or not, everyone knew. Lord Knight, it hasn't been long since I last came. I hope it's not a new scene. Luo Yuandao said after sitting down. Oh, new, fastest Y on P hashtag, asterisk, being able to gain a foothold in the Misty Dynasty is also due to luck. Young Mansion Lord Luo, have a seat. Knight Sorrow invited Luo Fei to sit. You can't use luck to erase your hard work. It's not easy. Luo Yuandao naturally knew about the conflict between Knight Sorrow, Yuan Ji, and Gong Yufan. Haha. Knight Sorrow is very happy that Mansion Lord Luo is here. Please try this tea. Knight Sorrow poured a cup of heart-cleansing tea for Luo Yuandao. Knight Sorrow didn't neglect Luo Fei. He also poured a cup of tea for Luo Fei, who received it with both hands. You're too polite. I, Luo Yuandao, believe that I have a good eye for people. I didn't want to become enemies with Lord Knight because I felt that it wasn't easy for young people to come out. Of course, this isn't enough to resolve some problems. Sometimes, kindness is a luxury. Most importantly, I feel that you will have a bright future. Luo Yuandao said. Mansion Lord Luo's words are too serious. However, it's rare to have kindness in your heart. Knight Sorrow nodded. I just came out of Star Moon Lake and may encounter some problems. If you need help, Lord Knight Sorrow doesn't need to be polite. You can send someone to Shadow Mansion to inform me. I'm willing to make friends with you and form some good karma. Luo Yuandao expressed his willingness to befriend Luo Fei. Knight Sorrow thanks Mansion Lord Luo. I will accept Knight Sorrow's hospitality. Knight Sorrow smiled. He felt that Luo Yuandao was definitely an ambitious person. He was decisive and didn't hesitate in the slightest. Whatever he had in mind, he would immediately make a decision. Lord Knight Sorrow is young and promising. If our Luo family's children have half of your ability, then I won't have to worry. Fei, remember to be like Knight Sorrow. Luo Yuandao looked at his son beside him and said. Luo Fei stood up and bowed to Knight Sorrow. He had almost recovered. Luo Yuandao had paid a huge price to repair his scattered soul after the fall of his original body. His soul had also fused with his damaged body. All that was left was to perfect the fusion. Young Prefecture Lord is too polite. I can see that young Prefecture Lord's soul spirit isn't in good condition. I just went to the evil Punisher land. Please accept these flames of life, young Prefecture Lord. Yishang took out a jade bottle and handed it to Luo Fei. It contained 3 Heaven Monarch Realm flames of life. This is not appropriate. Today, my father and I are here to congratulate Lord Knight Sorrow. Luo Fei didn't bring any gifts. How can I let Lord Knight Sorrow spend money? Luo Fei cupped his hands and shook his head at Knight Sorrow. Mansion Lord Luo, we don't need to be so polite. Knight Sorrow looked at Luo Yuandao. Fei, father has taught you not to accept the kindness of others easily. However, I have also told you not to refuse the kindness of friends. Just keep it in your heart. Accept this gift. Luo Yuandao said to Luo Fei. Luo Fei thanks Lord Knight. I will remember your kindness. Luo Fei reached out and took the jade bottle in Knight Sorrow's hand. After chatting for a while, Luo Yuandao invited Knight Sorrow to the Shadow Mansion as a guest when he had time. He then left the Night Moon Villa with Luo Fei. This is Luo Yuandao, one of the true figures of the Ethereal Imperial City. He is loyal to the Ethereal Imperial Dynasty and is deeply trusted by the Ethereal Battle Emperor. He acts both righteous and evil, but has his own judgment of right and wrong. It is difficult for him to make a mistake. This can be seen from the way he treats you. Back then, the Grand Elder of the Ethereal Imperial Dynasty, Yuan Ji, was incomparable to him in terms of strategy and ability. He will soon rise to the top of the ethereal imperial dynasty. Lin Xian said. He is already a mansion lord. How can he rise to the top? Datura asked in surprise. Chapter 1663. Sister Xian, you mean that Boss Tsang is trusted by the War Emperor, but in terms of ability, Luo Yuandao is more competent? Night Sorrow asked. Yes. Luo Yuandao is not as good as Tsang Ning in terms of battle strength, but he is better at management. Tsang Ning does not need any status, nor does she need to be promoted to establish her position in the ethereal dynasty. She is the sister of the ethereal War Emperor and comes from the same family. That is enough. It was the same in the past. Do you see how Tsang Ning is afraid of the great elder Yuan Ji? She is not afraid at all, Lin Xian said with a smile. Indeed, Sister Xian is right. Luo Yuandao is very calm and won't make any mistakes. Night Sorrow nodded. That. I also know the War Emperor. If you have a different opinion, I can convey it. Lin Xian said. Sister Xian also knows a big shot, but I don't have any opinion. I've interacted with Luo Yuandao a few times. There were conflicts in the past, but he chose to back down. Later, he came to resolve the conflict. With such a magnanimous heart, I don't reject him. Through the exchange just now, I recognize his character, said Yishan. His ascension will only bring benefits to Star Moon Lake. Datura said. Lin Xian shared her thoughts with Night Sorrow and Datura. In fact, after Yuan Ji's fall, Lin Xian already had this intention, but she didn't make any arrangements. After seeing Luo Yuandao's performance today, she was firm in her decision. Inside the Shadow Mansion. Father, Night Sorrow's rise is too fast. He is now a half-step sovereign. Luo Fei said. Once this little guy enters the Emperor realm, he'll be amazing. He won't be able to stop himself. Even the emperors of the older generation will be left behind by him. Sir War Emperor has foresight in arranging him to be the overlord. He's the second overlord in the history of the ethereal dynasty. You know the first overlord is Lin Qixing. Who dares to provoke Lin Qixing now? Luo Yuandao asked. Your son admires him. He dares to fight and fight. He's fighting his way out. Luo Fei sighed. We don't lack the fire of life of the Heaven Monarch realm, but accepting it is a sign of our attitude. Sometimes, one's attitude decides everything. Aside from the view of benefits, he was also a rare good friend. Look at that damn fatty from the pawn shop. Now that Yuan Ji had brought him along, he was also doing well. What could Yuan Ji do to him? Besides, how bad could the person that Song Ning and Wu Fing approved be? In Jianghu, you need sincere friends. Since you can admire him, it means that there is no barrier in your heart. Father can rest assured. Luo Yuandao patted his son's shoulder. Fei will always remember father's teachings. Some setbacks might be an opportunity for me to rise. Luo Fei nodded. That's enough. There's no problem with you becoming the deputy mansion lord of our shadow mansion, Luo Yuandao said. Vice prefecture lord. Father, what are you doing? Luo Fei was a bit confused, because there was no such thing as a vice prefecture lord in the 7 prefectures. Our Luo family has so many young mansion lords, but most of them are trash. In order for you to develop as soon as possible, Shadow Mansion will have a deputy mansion lord. Those emperors and commanders will also be under your command. You don't have to worry. No matter what you do, father will be there. Luo Yuandao nodded to his son. Luo Yuandao believed in destruction and reconstruction. When he found that his son's original body had an accident but didn't completely perish, he felt that this was a ray of hope in the heavenly Tao. Once he passed the tribulation, he would have a smooth road ahead. Therefore, he helped his son recover at all costs. Fei won't disappoint father. Luo Fei bowed to Luo Yuandao. Ha! This is confidence. Luo Yuandao laughed. Zhang Ning, I admit that you are strong. Lin Qixing, I also admit that you have great potential. I'm not as good as you in these aspects, but our Luo family will continue to have people in the future. Our Luo family is a big family. Luo Yuandao announced that Luo Fei would be the vice mansion lord. This caused an uproar in the Shadow Mansion. One had to know that there were more than 10 vice mansion lords and several princesses in the Shadow Mansion. Luo Fei, who had been keeping a low profile recently and whose original body was almost destroyed, was appointed as the vice mansion lord. This was because there were a few vice mansion lords who were stronger than Luo Fei and had more subordinates. All the core members of the Dark Shadow Manor had gathered in the Dark Shadow Great Hall, including a few elders, emperor-level commanders, and some young masters. There were 3 grand elders in the Shadow Mansion. One of them was the patriarch of a family with a different surname and the other was the sect master of a sect. They trusted Luo Yuandao, so they joined the Shadow Mansion and became grand elders. Luo Yuandao also treated them well. Do the 3 grand elders have any objections to my decision? Luo Yuandao looked at the 3 grand elders of the Shadow Mansion. We haven't seen the vice mansion lord's ability, but we know that the mansion lord's decision can't be wrong. We support it. The first grand elder said. Yes. Although we don't know the vice mansion lord's situation, the mansion lord's approval can't be wrong. The second grand elder nodded in agreement. The 3 grand elders and the 2 emperor-rank commanders had no objections. Then it's decided. From today onwards, Luo Fei will be the vice mansion lord of the Shadow Mansion. I'll leave my words here. No matter whether his decision is right or wrong, no one in the Shadow Mansion can go against it. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can come to me after the matter is over. However, if anyone dares to contradict or disobey, they will be executed. The grand elders and commanders did not object, not because they trusted Luo Fei, but because they trusted Luo Yuandao's foresight. They trusted Luo Yuandao unconditionally. Not only did Luo Yuandao announce this within the Shadow Mansion, but he also announced this decision to the public. It could be said that he had confirmed Luo Fei as the successor of the Shadow Mansion. Knight Sorrow also received the news. This Luo Yuandao is really bold. He directly appointed Luo Fei without caring if he can convince the public, Datura said. It doesn't matter if Luo Fei can convince the public at the moment. It's enough that Luo Yuandao can convince the public. We have to congratulate Luo Fei for becoming the vice mansion lord, Knight Sorrow said. Knight Sorrow did not bring any expensive gifts as the Shadow Mansion did not lack them. He only brought 2 packets of heart-cleansing tea and 2 jars of wine from the Chaos Realm. He then brought Datura and Ji Dao to the Shadow Mansion. He could not enter. When they arrived at the Shadow Mansion, Knight Sorrow asked for an audience. The gatekeeper did not let him in because they did not know the relationship between Knight Sorrow and the Shadow Mansion. H++U++MP. This made Knight Sorrow feel conflicted. How could he congratulate if he could not enter? Ha! What's going on? Knight Overlord is blocked outside and cannot enter. Is his way of treating guests speechless? Mansion Lord Luo, Knight Overlord is here to congratulate but cannot enter. Lin Qixing appeared. After smiling at Knight Sorrow, he shouted towards the Shadow Mansion. After shouting, he did not enter and stood at the entrance to accompany Knight Sorrow. Lin Qixing was of low birth and his path was very similar to Knight Sorrow's. He was also an overlord at first and later joined the ethereal royal dynasty to become a mansion lord. However, he joined for a reason. His master was an elder of the ethereal city Lord Mansion. Chapter 1664. Luo Fei, who was in charge of receiving the guest, also apologized to the guest and quickly went to the gatehouse. My apologies, Overlord Knight. It was Luo Fei's fault. It's not wrong for you guys to guard the place carefully, but it's your fault for not reporting in time. Go and receive your punishment. Remember not to report when Overlord Knight comes in the future. He is Lord Father's honored guest, and also a good friend of mine. Luo Fei first cupped his hands in apology to Yi Shang, then took care of the guard's mistake. Vice Palace Lord Luo is too polite. Knight Sorrow shook his head. Palace Lord Lin is here. Forgive me for not going out to meet you. Luo Fei cupped his hands and gestured for Lin Qixing to enter. Not bad, you have your father's style. Lin Qixing glanced at Luo Fei and nodded. We'll take your words as a compliment. Palace Lord Lin, Overlord Knight, please come in. Luo Yuandao appeared and invited Lin Qixing and Knight Sorrow into the residence with a smile. Vice Palace Lord Luo has taken on a heavy responsibility. Knight Sorrow is here to congratulate you. Knight Sorrow placed 2 bags of tea and 2 jars of wine on the table. Overlord Knight, it's better if you call me Luo Fei. It's too distant to call me Vice Palace Lord, Luo Fei said. All right. Today, I'm here to congratulate Brother Luo. Knight Sorrow nodded. Knight Sorrow, you're also an overlord now. You only brought 2 bags of tea and 2 jars of wine to congratulate us. Aren't you worried that Palace Lord Luo will say that our shadow residence doesn't lack 2 bags of broken leaves and 2 jars of yellow soup? Lin Qixing found a seat and sat down. Lin Qixing, are you purposely making things difficult for us? Knight Sorrow, don't mind it. Everyone, take a seat. Luo Yuandao gestured for Knight Sorrow and Datura to sit down before sitting down. I feel that the shadow residence doesn't lack anything, so I only brought 2 bags of tea and 2 jars of wine from my hometown. It's enough as long as it's a token of my sincerity, Knight Sorrow said with a smile. Come, make the tea brought by Lord Yi and let some people taste the broken leaves. Fei, sit down, Father is here to receive the guests for you. Luo Yuan waved his hand to the servants and then nodded to Luo Fei who was standing to the side. Luo Fei called for a servant to serve Ji Dao before sitting down. After the heart-cleansing tea was brewed, Luo Fei poured a cup for everyone and then slowly tasted the tea himself. After drinking a mouthful of tea, Lin Qixing closed his eyes to feel it. After a short while, he opened his eyes and the first thing he did was to grab the heart-cleansing tea on the table. Luo Yuandao stretched out his right hand to press down the unopened packet of heart-cleansing tea while Lin Qixing directly took away the open packet with his left sleeve. Lin Qixing, can you be more shameless? Not only did you not bring a gift, you even tried to snatch it. Luo Yuandao roared at Lin Qixing. It's just tea. Your Luo Yuandao doesn't care. Good things should be shared with everyone. Lin Qixing ignored Luo Yuandao's gaze and threw the open packet of tea into his storage ring after wrapping it up. He did everything so calmly. Luo Yuandao ignored Lin Qixing and put away the wine beside him. Lord Yi, you have to remember to guard against fire and theft against Qixing. Luo Yuandao, you can't ruin my reputation like this, right? Lin Qixing looked at Luo Yuandao and said. Do you have a reputation? At the very least, you don't have a reputation in Shadow Mansion. Luo Yuandao said. I'm leaving. Lord Yi, come to Qixing Mansion as a guest when you have time. Lin Qixing got up and left without even looking at Luo Yuandao. Luo Yuandao didn't see Lin Qixing off. Instead, he explained to Yi Shang with a smile, Overlord Yi, don't mind this scoundrel. Although we often argue, we're still friends. He's just like that. I can see that. He's casual because we're familiar with each other. Night Sorrow nodded with a smile. After chatting for a while, Night Sorrow and Datura returned to Night Moon Manor with Ji Dao. Lin Qixing's visit to Shadow Mansion was a form of congratulations. Luo Yuandao was also very clear about this. When Night Sorrow was practicing his spirit night, Ji Dao came to report that 7 Stars Mansion Master Lin Qixing had requested to see him. He had already brought him to Night Moon Manor's waterside pavilion. Why is he here? I'll go take a look. Night Sorrow greeted Lin Xian, and Datura who were chatting by the side and went to the waterside pavilion in front of Night Moon Manor. Lin Qixing stood up and cupped his fists when he saw Night Sorrow. Mansion Master Lin, please excuse me for not going out to welcome you. Night Sorrow said. I'm sorry to disturb you at this late hour. I'll get straight to the point. My father passed away at a young age and I only have one mother. My mother loves tea and was full of praises after drinking Lord Ye's tea today. Lin Qixing said. No problem. I only have 2 packets for now. I'll prepare more for Mansion Master Lin later. Night Sorrow took out 2 more packets of heart-cleansing tea and gave them to Lin Qixing. You're looking down on Mansion Master Yi by saying that you'll pay for it. I'm leaving. After keeping the tea, Lin Qixing left Night Moon Manor in a flash. Night Sorrow smiled and left the waterside pavilion. However, he saw Lin Xian and Datura walking over. Luo Yuandao is right. 7 stars should be wary of fire and theft. Isn't this robbery? Datura said. As a son, I'm willing to take care of things for my mother. I can even say that I don't care about my face. This is filial piety. Night Sorrow shook his head with a smile. He really didn't mind and admired Lin Qixing. Ah Luo, Lin Qixing doesn't take anyone's things. He won't accept anything from someone he doesn't like because he thinks that Night Sorrow can do it. That's why he doesn't bother about trifles. Lin Xian explained Lin Qixing's way of doing things. In terms of understanding of the 7 mansion masters of the ethereal empire, Lin Xian was second to none. Someone once said that a filial person can't be too bad. Lin Qixing's eyes are sharp but innocent. He should be a maverick. Datura said. In the next 2 days, the city lord resident sent out a decree. The Shadow Mansion Master, Luo Yuandao, was also the enforcement elder of the ethereal city lord residence and was in charge of handling the matters of the ethereal empire. Night Sorrow didn't find this matter strange because Lin Xian had already predicted it that day. Night Sorrow came to congratulate him again. At the same time, the god-slaying team arrived at the Night Moon Villa. Night Sorrow's 2 disciples, Ning Yun and Chiyue, also came. Night Sorrow held a banquet for them. Night Sorrow was especially happy. He clinked glasses with each of his brothers and drank. Long Jin, Lei Bao, Lei Jing, Yun Huang, Ho Jian, Shui Ling, Nan Liyue, Ling Long, and Qian Ziwei were all brothers and sisters that he valued. There was no need to mention Qin Jin, who was his earliest brother. 13th brother, I thought you didn't care about us anymore. Tianyu, who was sitting beside Night Sorrow, said softly. That's right. I haven't seen 13th brother in a long time. Yi Mei's eyes were a little red. You guys are thinking too much. I just came to the celestial realm and didn't have a firm foothold. If there was danger, I wouldn't dare to bring you guys here. You guys are my brothers and sisters. How can I not care about you? Night Sorrow turned around and hugged Tianyu and Yi Mei. Look. F authentic. Chapter 1 Unspecified Currency. Zilin Xian who was standing in the distance, looked at the group of people drinking with shock in her eyes. Azure Rock bloodline, Nine-tailed Fox bloodline, and Top Dragon's bloodline. What kind of bloodline is this? Chapter 1665. Whether it was the Azure Rock bloodline, the Nine-tailed Fox bloodline, or the Top Dragon's bloodline, any one of them was enough to scare people to death. Void World, just how many people have planted seeds in the new Void World? Lin Xianer muttered to herself before disappearing into the night. The battlefield of our rise has shifted to the celestial realm, but to be honest, we are all trash, so we have to endure and develop our strength. Don't go out looking for trouble. Long Jean, look after them. Night Sorrow said to Long Jean. Captain, everyone is very obedient. Long Jean said with a smile. At this time, Long Jean was really rising rapidly. He was already a 6-star king. Look at the original chapter section above Q. With Night Sorrow's help, the accumulation of energy was not a problem for everyone in the God-slaying squad. Even time was not a problem. Because of the auxiliary body of the Clear Sky Pagoda, everyone had to pay attention to the increase of their realm. Hong Yi and Lan Ning are the housekeepers here. If there's anything you need, you can look for them. If there's anything you don't understand about cultivation, you can look for me or Al Luo. Also, Chiue, pay attention to your rest. If you don't pay attention, you will become a grandmaster. Night Sorrow said with a smile. Chiue was currently pregnant. After leaving, Night Sorrow entered the Dragon Cauldron and refined a batch of Star Moon Lake imprints. It was only a small array sign. After refining it, Night Sorrow injected the void energy, causing the square-inch imprint to emit a faint purple light. Night Sorrow took the purple imprint and gave it to Datura. Al Luo, distribute it to everyone. Send a batch to my master as well. Tell him that those who are not from the primal chaos realm are not to touch this thing. Night Sorrow gave the gold spirit an order. If cultivators with malicious intent or killing intent entered the Night Moon Villa, the Star Moon Lake imprint would distinguish between friend and foe. In addition, the gold spirit could distinguish between hostility and non-hostility. Night Sorrow was just reminding them. On this Night Sorrow, while guiding Ning Yun and the members of the God-slaying squad in their cultivation, he suddenly stopped moving. Flames appeared on his head, and below the flames was a black whirlpool filled with wind energy. Step back, don't get close. Jean Ling, protect me. Datura shouted. Lin Xianer also appeared, soul-extinguishing flame, destructive divine wind, this is the wind-fire tribulation of the Emperor realm. After speaking, Lin Xianer left the Night Moon Villa in a flash. After leaving the Night Moon Villa, Lin Xianer arrived at the teleportation array as quickly as she could and started the teleportation. She was teleporting towards the Heaven's Vault tribe. She knew that Night Sorrow's original body had made a breakthrough towards the 9th stage. At this time, no one would disturb him, because Night Sorrow was the center of the laws of heaven and earth during the tribulation. But what about after the tribulation? After successfully passing the tribulation, the man-made tribulation would arrive. Lin Xianer was worried that the Heaven's Vault tribe would make things difficult for Night Sorrow. They would invite Night Sorrow to join the Heaven's Vault tribe. If he refused, it would be a disaster. According to Night Sorrow's character, it was impossible for him to join. Lin Xianer's doppelganger set off first, followed by her original body. She was prepared for a big battle. If the High Priest of the Heaven's Vault tribe made a move, she would fight with all her strength. Night Sorrow, who was cultivating at the Heaven's Vault cliff, originally had the fastest advancement of his will of destruction. He had already entered the 5-star king realm. After all, it was the sole power of a half-step emperor, so the comprehension of his will was fast. Next was the advancement of his domain of nothingness. As for the spacetime attribute, it had always been a bottleneck. However, just as Night Sorrow was stabilizing his cultivation, the baleful earth chi appeared at the top of the heaven's vault cliff. A cycle of violent impact collided with the energy in the void, producing spacetime destruction. Watching the destruction of spacetime, Night Sorrow broke through the bottleneck of the spacetime attribute. After breaking through the bottleneck of the spacetime attribute, Night Sorrow's comprehension was unstoppable. The 7th bloodline talent energy point was activated, and the space momentum burst forth. Even the time momentum appeared and began to revolve around Night Sorrow. The spacetime attribute heaven and earth momentum formed the spacetime domain. As Night Sorrow's 7th bloodline talent energy point continued to release the heaven and earth momentum, Night Sorrow's spacetime domain became more and more mature. In less than 7 days, he completed the transition from the generation of heaven and earth momentum to 10%, crossing the threshold of the Emperor realm. At this time, the members of the Heaven's Vault Cliff who had received the news also arrived. They didn't intend to do anything to Night Sorrow. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't do anything at this time. Because the laws of heaven and earth were irreversible, Night Sorrow's Emperor realm tribulation had arrived. It was the soul-extinguishing flame and the destruction divine wind. Any one of them would be fatal, so no one dared to approach. Night Sorrow sat there cross-legged, surrounded by the destruction divine wind and enveloped by the soul-extinguishing flame. Whether it was the destruction divine wind or the soul-extinguishing flame, once it entered the body, it would be obliterated and die. To control the heaven and earth momentum, one had to be tested by the heaven and earth tribulation. If one passed it, one would be like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. If one failed, one would die. One had to pay the price of not having the ability to touch the heaven and earth momentum. The high priest of the Heaven's Vault tribe also arrived. Standing beside him was Commander Yu, the strongest soul-extinguishing flame and destruction divine wind. An unparalleled talent will also face an unparalleled tribulation. I don't know if he can pass it. If he can, we really need this person. This is a deviation from my original estimation. The high priest of the Heaven's Vault tribe changed his opinion. Lin Xian sped up the teleportation. She even used her own energy to replace the Saint Spirit stones to activate the teleportation array and increase the speed of the teleportation. Originally, a teleportation would take 15 minutes, but she completed it in a moment. She knew that this was Night Sorrow's crisis. Night Sorrow sat cross-legged and activated his leakless true body to resist the invasion of the soul-extinguishing flame and the destruction divine wind. One attacked the soul, and the other attacked the body. The tribulation of wind and fire was to obliterate the cultivator's body and soul. His defense was very stable. This was the most crucial step in the cultivation journey. Night Sorrow was very cautious. He didn't have any way to counterattack. He could only rely on defense until the destruction divine wind and the soul-extinguishing flame dissipated. The cultivators who were meditating near Night Sorrow also left. Night Sorrow had the most destruction divine wind and the soul-extinguishing flame, but there was also the destruction divine wind and the soul-extinguishing flame that suddenly appeared around him. This was a warning from the heavenly Tao not to interfere with the tribulation. He could only resist it head-on. Night Sorrow's heart was as calm as still water. He activated his leakless true body to resist the suppression of the tribulation of wind and fire. In his extremely calm state of mind, Night Sorrow discovered that there were some wills in the destruction divine wind that he hadn't comprehended yet. He immediately immersed his mind and continued to comprehend them. The destruction will appear on Night Sorrow's body, and the power of the destruction will continue to rise. This is a madman. He's still trying to comprehend the destruction divine wind during his tribulation, Commander Yu muttered. He has so many terrifying attributes. This is a monster. He will either rise up or fall. There is no other possibility, High Priest Heaven said. With a tyrannical soul power as a foundation and a calm state of mind, Knight Sorrow's control over the destruction will rapidly improve. From the 5-star king realm, he entered the 6-star king realm. He didn't stop there either. He advanced all the way to the 7-star king realm, reaching the high-level destruction king realm. The attribute laws and wills contained in the tribulations of the world were the most complete. Just like the lightning tribulation, it was a complete fusion of the lightning attribute laws and wills. The destruction divine wind contained the most complete laws and wills, which was what Knight Sorrow needed the most. Speak. Chapter 1666. The laws and willpower of the tribulations were the most complete. Of course, no one would think of using these laws and willpower during the tribulations. This was because the tribulations were deadly. If one wasn't careful, they would be destroyed by the tribulations and be consigned to eternal damnation. Knight Sorrow was very stable now. His leakless true body was consumed by the tribulations of wind and fire. If he ran out of energy first, he would be destroyed by the tribulations of wind and fire. If the energy of the tribulations of wind and fire was exhausted first, he would become an emperor. Therefore, if he could comprehend it now, he would naturally do so. Knight Sorrow's body was surrounded by the destruction divine wind. However, there was also the rolling destruction willpower and the destruction divine wind. The destruction willpower wasn't driven by the destruction divine wind. It existed independently and belonged to Knight Sorrow. A genius. No wonder Lin Piamiao thinks highly of him. However, our Heaven's Vault tribe wants this person. Whether he accepts our recruitment or not, we have to control him. Before Lin Piamiao reacts, we have to deal with him, Heaven's Vault High Priest said. Commander Yu and the 2 men who came later nodded. Knight Sorrow's destruction willpower didn't stop after reaching the 7-star king realm. It continued to increase, but the speed was slower. After all, the remaining 30% of the destruction willpower wasn't that easy to capture. The soul-extinguishing flame burned, trying to drill into Knight Sorrow's spirit sea and destroy his soul. The destruction divine wind rolled around Knight Sorrow's body, trying to take away his life force. One was from the outside in, the other was from the inside out. They were 2 different extremes. Knight Sorrow's leakless true body locked his body, not letting the soul-extinguishing flame enter his body and not letting his life force be taken away by the destruction divine wind. The soul-extinguishing flame burned more vigorously, and the destruction divine wind became more violent. However, Knight Sorrow was still as gentle as Mount Tai. The intensity of the destruction divine wind made it easier for Knight Sorrow to comprehend the destruction willpower. This guy is still enjoying it, Commander Yu muttered. At this moment, many people were watching. After all, the wind and fire tribulations of Emperor Realm weren't easy to see. Some heaven monarchs would break through in secret places or under the protection of their sects and elders. This way, they wouldn't be exposed in front of others. Time slipped away bit by bit. Knight Sorrow endured the tribulation of wind and fire. No one could feel how strenuous it was for Knight Sorrow. That was the truth. Knight Sorrow was using the myriad Daos treasured tome to activate the virtuous immortal body. What he was using was the space-time energy. Knight Sorrow knew what to do. If the energy in his body was not enough, he would use his Jin Chi of Void. Even if he ran out of Jin Chi of Void, he still had destruction energy and death energy. He would have no problem recovering unless the wind and fire calamity changed. Knight Sorrow had taken 2 days to teleport to the Heaven's Vault tribe, but Lin Xianer had taken more than half a day to arrive. When Lin Xianer arrived at the Heaven's Vault tribe, she changed into a golden battle suit with a long sword hanging from her waist. This was the attire of the ethereal battle emperor, Lin Piamiao. She didn't want Night Sorrow to know that Lin Xian'er was the Misty Battle Empress and didn't want to ruin their friendship. Besides, Lin Xian'er wouldn't be able to control the situation even if she came. Lin Piaomiao even felt that a clone wouldn't be enough. Lin Piaomiao is here. She's fast. Looks like things aren't going so smoothly. Heaven's High Priest looked in the direction that Lin Piaomiao had come from. So fast. Ethereal Imperial City needs close to 2 days to teleport here. That brat has only broken through for less than a day, Commander Yu said in surprise. Looks like that brat has a clone in Ethereal Imperial City. Lin Piaomiao immediately knew about his tribulation. Heaven's High Priest fell into deep thought. At this moment, Lin Piaomiao appeared. She appeared near Night Sorrow in the blink of an eye. Battle Empress, why are you in the mood to visit my Heaven's Vault tribe? Heaven's High Priest greeted. I'm not in the mood. It's just that the overlord of my ethereal dynasty is breaking through. I'm here to protect him. Could it be that Heaven's High Priest is here to comprehend something? Lin Piaomiao asked. He's the overlord of the ethereal dynasty. From what I know, the overlord belongs to the ethereal dynasty. Lord Battle Empress, you don't have to be so nervous, right? Heaven's High Priest said with a smile. Does it matter if he's an overlord or not? What matters is that he's from the ethereal dynasty. That's enough. Lin Piaomiao said. Ethereal Battle Empress, this is the Heaven's Vault tribe. It's better not to speak too loudly, Commander Yu said. Who are you to speak here? If I want to kill you, he can't stop me. Lin Piaomiao snorted coldly. The he she was referring to was naturally High Priest Piaomiao. Commander Yu, don't be rude. Heaven's High Priest waved his hand at Commander Yu. He didn't say anything else, but his fingers trembled and light emitted from them. A moment later, Heaven's High Priest raised his head. Since he's someone that Ethereal Battle Empress thinks highly of, I'll give in this step. Lord Piaomiao, you must remember the Heaven's Vault tribe's kindness. Let's go. After speaking, Heaven's High Priest left Heaven's Vault cliff with Commander Yu. Lin Piaomiao stabbed the sheathed longsword in her right hand into the ground. Her eyes behind the veil scanned the surroundings. Unrelated people, retreat 30 miles. After hearing the conversation between Ethereal Battle Empress and Heaven's High Priest, the onlookers knew Ethereal Battle Empress's identity. No one questioned Ethereal Battle Empress's words. They all retreated 30 miles. Commander Yu, who had left Heaven's Vault cliff, was puzzled. High Priest, we should kill that kid. This is equivalent to giving the Ethereal Dynasty a heaven-defying seedling. He's a virtuous person. Killing him will harm our own luck. Also, if we don't leave now, Lin Piaomiao's true body will come. She'll attack you. What you said just now triggered her killing intent. Her true body will arrive in an hour, Heaven's High Priest said. He didn't speak just now because he was using the art of destiny to deduce. Commander Yu was stunned for a moment because he hadn't expected this. Lin Piaomiao's direct combat ability is strong. It's hard for me to restrain her. So, there's no need to go against her. Heaven's High Priest explained the reason why he let go. He didn't want to go against Lin Piaomiao. After Lin Piaomiao's true body arrived, she merged with her doppelganger and stood there watching Night Sorrow go through the wind-fire tribulation. Night Sorrow comprehended the will of destruction during the wind-fire tribulation. Lin Piaomiao was very impressed. In the past, no one had done this. It could be said that no one had the spare energy to do so. But now, Night Sorrow's will of destruction was increasing to a visible degree. Lin Piaomiao didn't let down her guard. Heaven's High Priest wasn't a simple person. It was hard to say if he would really retreat because his reputation wasn't very good. He didn't care about face when doing things. He only pursued the greatest benefits. Night Sorrow was now fully focused on resisting the wind-fire tribulation and comprehending the will of destruction. He didn't know what was happening outside. At this time passed very slowly. The people watching from afar were all paying attention to Night Sorrow's situation. Because if the cultivation went smoothly, they might also reach the same level as Night Sorrow. It was better to have a situation to learn from. After the will of destruction reached completion, it didn't stop. But Night Sorrow's divine wind of destruction and soul-extinguishing flame had already started to weaken. Lin Piaomiao even felt that if the wind-fire tribulation passed later, it would be more beneficial for Night Sorrow. If the will of destruction reached completion and entered the Emperor realm, that would be amazing. Speak. The second update has arrived. Thank you to a Qinxian trading company for your protection. Also, I haven't exploded recently. Let me explain. Recently, there's been no electricity at home. I've been going out to look for electricity. I use my notebook to write and then use my phone to send books. It's already not easy to maintain a minimum of 4 updates. I've persevered a lot. So, I don't need to gain sympathy. But I will work hard to do what I should do. When the electricity comes, I will explode. The one who wants to explode the most is not only the fans, but also myself. The effort and the reward are proportional. I also want to write more. Of course, I won't fill it up. Chapter 1667. The destructive wind weakened. Night Sorrow still felt that it wasn't enough. Next, the destructive intent vibrated, increasing the intensity of the destructive wind. Then, he continued to comprehend the destructive intent within. Crazy. At this moment, Yi Shang was acting very crazily. Other people would be eager to pass their tribulation as soon as possible, but what about Yi Shang? What he needed to do now was to stimulate the divine wind of destruction, increase its violence, and stimulate its will to manifest. Lin Piaomiao felt that she had been daring all this time, but compared to Night Sorrow, she was still a little lacking. One had to know that the tribulation had many variables. Passing it first was the safest thing to do. After all, there were still many opportunities to comprehend the intent. Night Sorrow was taking a risk. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. In fact, Night Sorrow was very confident. He still had 80% of the void qi in his body. He could deal with any unexpected situations. Many people understood what Night Sorrow was doing. They were all very impressed. At this time, Lin Piaomiao looked up at the sky. There was a strong energy fluctuation. Just as Lin Piaomiao was worried, there was a singing sound in the sky. Then, golden lotuses appeared and floated in the sky. Then, one by one, they fell towards Night Sorrow. Light of merit, it was the light of merit descending. After Night Sorrow entered the Emperor realm, he attracted the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, he was covered by the heavenly law. His merit from killing evil spirits in the evil Punisher land was naturally discovered by the heavenly law. Therefore, merit descended. Sound of nature, golden lotuses blooming in the sky. This is the scene right now. It was difficult to obtain merit in a small or high-level world because the living beings you benefited were limited. But in the celestial realm, there were countless living beings. Night Sorrow killed thousands of evil spirits this time. To the celestial realm, it was immeasurable merit. The golden lotus of merit was very domineering. It directly dispersed the soul-extinguishing flame and entered Night Sorrow's spirit sea. Night Sorrow's leakless true body couldn't block it. The golden lotus of merit directly entered his spirit sea. Night Sorrow's head was covered in the golden light of virtue, and his body was wrapped in the divine wind of destruction. Wind of destruction, strengthen. Night Sorrow felt that he now had some ability, so he opened his mouth and said. Following the words of Night Sorrow in the mansion of Night Sorrow, the divine wind of destruction on his body had indeed strengthened a little. Words were law. Although Night Sorrow's merit cultivation had not reached the level of the merit Heavenly Lord, it had reached the critical point of the merit Grand Sage. After saying that, Night Sorrow continued to comprehend the will of destruction. Too monstrous. This was Lin Piaomiao's evaluation of Night Sorrow. Not only was he able to increase the might of the tribulation, but he also dared to increase the might of the tribulation. This was definitely unprecedented. Night Sorrow was still comprehending, but when his will of destruction reached 90% and reached the level of an overlord, the destructive wind dissipated. Night Sorrow did not use the power of the deluxe merit Grand Sage anymore. Some things could only be done once. There was no benefit in going against the will of the heavens. The destructive wind dissipated, and auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, landing on Night Sorrow's body. The heavens rewarded him with energy. Night Sorrow used his leakless true body to wrap all the energy into his body so that it would not dissipate. Then, Night Sorrow stood up and looked at Lin Piaomiao. Although he had been in the midst of the tribulation, Night Sorrow still knew some things. He knew that Lin Piaomiao was guarding him. Congratulations. Lin Piaomiao extended her right hand and grabbed the long sword. Thank you for protecting me. Night Sorrow cupped his hands towards Lin Piaomiao. It's nothing. Lin Xian'er informed me, so I naturally had to protect you. Moreover, you are the leader of the Mishti dynasty. I can't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry disturb your breakthrough. Lin Piaomiao said. War Emperor. Hearing Lin Piaomiao's words, Night Sorrow had more or less guessed. Of course, he did not know about the conversation between Lin Piaomiao and the High Priest. Yes, it's me. Are you all right now? Lin Piaomiao nodded and asked. Very good. My spacetime attribute has entered the Emperor realm. However, my other comprehensions are still lacking. Night Sorrow turned to look at the sky cliff. You want to comprehend the will? I will find a place for you. This is not a good place. The High Priest has been here before. Lin Piaomiao could see that Night Sorrow did not want to leave. However, this was the territory of the Sky Cliff tribe. Lin Piaomiao was not afraid. However, if Night Sorrow stayed here, it was hard to say what would happen. She could not stay here forever because the Zhaohua dynasty and the Celestial sect were not very obedient. Thank you, War Emperor. Let's go. Night Sorrow nodded. Then, Night Sorrow and Lin Piaomiao left the Sky Cliff tribe and teleported back to the Mishti dynasty. At that moment, Yi Shan, who was inside Yiyue Manor, had returned to his normal state. However, the aura emanating from his body had changed. Yi Shan's figure appeared illusory. Looking at him, it did not feel like him at all. This was the overbearing power of the spacetime domain, illusory yet real. Master, what happened to you? Ning Yun, who had been waiting by the side with the members of the god-slaying team, asked. You idiot. Your master has become an emperor. He is now a rank 9 Emperor Realm Cultivator. Datura said. She was very happy because this was a milestone in the transformation of a cultivator. Congratulations, Master. Ningyun bowed to Night Sorrow. Congratulations, Uncle. With a big belly, Chiyue, who was sitting at the side, stood up and bowed to Night Sorrow. Chiyue, what are you doing? Come and sit over there. Night Sorrow quickly helped Chiyue up and asked her to sit down. Congratulations, Captain. Congratulations, Brother 13. The members of the god-slaying team roared and congratulated him. Thank you, brothers and sisters. I came to the celestial realm to pursue this step. I want to break the shackles of the 9-domain world and the primal chaos realm that prevent us from becoming an emperor. Breaking the shackles today is a historical moment for me, Night Sorrow. It is the completion of a transformation. However, it is also a step for the rise of our world. In the future, all of you can do it. I am very happy that all of you were by my side when I achieved success. Night Sorrow said some of the words in his heart. Night Sorrow, we have to celebrate. We have to send the news back. Datura said. It is indeed something to be happy about. Send the news back and let everyone be happy. Night Sorrow nodded. Night Moon Villa was filled with a festive atmosphere. Large red lanterns were hung at the door. However, Night Sorrow was still cultivating and familiarizing himself with the effects of the spacetime domain. The spacetime domain allowed Night Sorrow's speed to increase. Within his domain, he could teleport to any location in an instant. In addition, the time and space within the spacetime domain could be changed. For example, when a sword chi entered the spacetime domain, Night Sorrow could decelerate time. At the same time, he could use a few spatial folds to resist the power of the sword chi. In other words, he could not be in the same space as the energy that attacked him. The effect was extremely strong. Without any domain to resist his domain, Night Sorrow was the ruler of the spacetime domain. He was invincible. As there was no hurry, Night Sorrow's original body and Lin Piaomia returned to the ethereal imperial city in 2 days. Lord Knight, you have reached the Emperor realm in less than 200 years. This is an unprecedented feat. It is the Misty Dynasty's fortune to be able to appear in the Misty Dynasty's territory. If Lord Knight has any difficulties, you can find me at the City Lord's mansion anytime, Lin Piaomia said as they parted. Chapter 1668. Yi Shang thanks Your Excellency Battle Emperor for taking care of Star Moon Lake. I thank Your Excellency Battle Emperor for protecting us. If Your Excellency Battle Emperor needs my help, I will not refuse, said Yi Shang. Sometimes, things cannot be tied to benefits. I'll help you. Although you've become an emperor, you're still an initial emperor. You must continue to work hard. With your battle strength, you might have some say in the Imperial Emperor realm. Lin Piaomia said. I will continue to work hard. Night Sorrow nodded. I have high hopes for you. Lin Piaomia said and left. Night Sorrow left the teleportation array and flew towards the Night Moon Villa. He planned to rest for a while before continuing to find a place to cultivate. He wanted to perfect his nihility domain and destruction intent as soon as possible. Night Sorrow returned to the Night Moon Villa and merged with his clone. Lin Xian also returned to the Night Moon Villa. Congratulations on successfully passing the trials of wind and fire and becoming an emperor. Lin Xian was wearing a white dress, which was completely different from Lin Piaomiao. Thank you Sister Xian for asking for help. If the Battle Emperor hadn't arrived in time, I would have been in trouble. Night Sorrow said with a smile. We're friends, so there's no need to be so courteous. Just now, the Battle Emperor came back and told me that everything went smoothly. Also, she'll arrange for us to go to the evil punishing grounds as soon as possible. This is a map from the Battle Emperor. Lin Xian handed a map to Yi Shang. After taking a look, Night Sorrow realized that there were 2 key markings on it. One was the Nihility River and the other was the Sea of Destruction. One was the place to comprehend the Nihility attribute and the other was the place to comprehend the Destruction attribute. Night Sorrow nodded and kept the map. This was the place he would go after resting for a while and stabilizing his cultivation. At this moment, Zhang Ning and Wu Feng also arrived at the Night Moon Villa. You bastard, why didn't you inform me of such a joyous occasion? Zhang Ning patted Night Sorrow's shoulder heavily when he saw Night Sorrow. That's right. Why didn't you inform Big Brother that you've entered the Imperial capital? We only found out when we saw the big red lantern outside your door, Wu Feng said. Send out invitations to the 7 prefectures. Let them know that Night Sorrow is also a great emperor cultivator. Let them know that they were blind to provoke you. Song Ning made the decision for Night Sorrow. All right, then I'll listen to you. Night Sorrow nodded. The news spread out like a storm, sweeping through the entire ethereal imperial city. Gong Yufan received the invitation, but it felt hot in his hands. His heart was filled with worry. What if Night Sorrow challenged the Emperor Realm cultivators of Moon-Gazing Manor? Moon-Gazing Manor had many heaven monarchs but only one great Emperor Realm commander. If the only great Emperor cultivator was heavily injured or forced to leave, then Moon-Gazing Manor's strength would be suppressed beyond recognition. Gong Yufan didn't doubt Yi Shang's strength. When Yi Shang was a heaven monarch, he was able to kill a gifted half-thearch. Once he entered the Arch Realm, he would be able to fight above his cultivation level. Gong Yufan doubted if he could handle Yi Shang, let alone the one-star the Arch Realm commanders under him. After thinking about it, Gong Yufan decided to find a middleman to meet with Night Sorrow to resolve the grudge. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle Night Sorrow's suppression of Moon-Gazing Manor. Gong Yufan wasn't the only one with a headache. Young Tianlai was the same. He was also furious. His son couldn't bully someone and his helper couldn't bully someone. Now that Night Sorrow had entered the imperial capital, Sky Sun Prefecture was in danger. Luo Yuandao, who received the invitation, smiled. Fei, do you see this? This is Night Sorrow. When he first made his move, he was a heaven monarch. He was not even a half the arch. However, in such a short time, he has already become a the arch. He is indeed powerful. Fei cannot compare to him. I can only work hard to be myself, Luo Fei said. You're right. Do you want to die just because others are doing well? Do your best. Hearing your words, I'm very pleased. I'll prepare a generous gift. The celebration is the day after tomorrow. Let's go and have a look. Perhaps there will be some jokes to watch, Luo Yuandao said. Forward Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai met. The two of them wanted to discuss countermeasures. They were currently in the same boat. Palace Lord Yang, now that Song Ning, Luo Yuandao, and Lin Qixing are on good terms with Night Sorrow, Bai Han from Great River Province and Han Jinyu from Suppressing Mountain Province won't support us. Even if they do, it's useless. Gong Yufan said. The 7 manors of the Ethereal Empire were Tsangning Manor, Dark Shadow Manor, 7 Stars Manor, Sky Sun Manor, Moon Viewing Manor, Great River Manor, and Mountain Suppression Manor. The 2 strongest manor lords were Tsangning Manor and Luo Yuandao of Dark Shadow Manor. 2 of them were imperial emperors while the other 5 were emperors. Gong Yufan knew that apart from Tsangning and Luo Yuandao who might be able to suppress Night Sorrow, the other 5 had no chance of winning against Night Sorrow. He knew how strong Night Sorrow was in actual combat. Then what do you think, Palace Lord Gong? The Battle Emperor acknowledged Star Moon Lake's power and even issued a territorial lord's decree. That means he acknowledged Night Sorrow's identity and status. It's useless for us to use our status in Ethereal Empire to suppress him. If he uses the rules set by the Battle Emperor to challenge us, our 2 prefectures will have no place to stand. Young Tianlai felt humiliated but he had no other choice. That's right. Our eyes weren't bright enough this time. We can only find someone to mediate. The Battle Emperor is no longer a possibility. If we go to the Battle Emperor, we'll be asking for trouble. Both of us are in the wrong. Tsangning can't wait to kill us and won't interfere. Luo Yuandao. Do you think we can turn things around if we go to Luo Yuandao? Gong Yufan asked. Right now, there are only two people we can find. One is one of the palace lords, Luo Yuandao, who is also a law enforcement elder. The other is Elder Lon of the City Lord Mansion. Elder Lon is powerful and prestigious, but if we go to him, we'll be scolded badly and he won't care. Young Tianlai was a little annoyed because Knight Soro's sudden ascension to the imperial capital had disrupted their plans. Then let's go find Luo Yuandao first. He's now a law enforcement elder and has connections with Knight Soro. Knight Soro will give him face. The key is whether Luo Yuandao will give us face or not. Gong Yufan thought for a moment and said. After making the decision, Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai went to the Shadow Mansion and asked to see Luo Yuandao. Luo Yuandao naturally wouldn't refuse the two palace lords. Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai went straight to the point and told Luo Yuandao why they were here. After thinking for a moment, Luo Yuandao asked, "This seat didn't want to get involved in this circle. However, we've worked together for many years. This seat can pass on the message for you. But if you want to resolve this matter, have you thought about your sincerity?" Luo Yuandao felt that there was nothing that couldn't be resolved from Knight Soro's point of view. What was needed was for Yang Tianlai and Gong Yufan to come up with a reasonable attitude and a reasonable price. Furthermore, he felt that this was one of the things he could accomplish after becoming the enforcement elder. Chapter 1669. Then wait for the news. Luo Yuandao stood up and brought Luo Fei to Night Moon Manor with the gifts. After Yi Shang detected Luo Yuandao's arrival, he went to the manor's entrance to receive him. Manor head Luo and brother Luo have both arrived. Coincidentally, Manor head Tsang and the others are also drinking tea at the waterside pavilion. Let's go together. All right. Luo Yuandao nodded. This is a gift for Night Lord. Luo Fei took out a storage ring with a red ribbon wrapped around it and handed it to Knight Soro. Don't call me Night Lord, just call me Brother Yi. Next time, you have to learn from me. I only brought 2 jars of wine and 2 bags of tea to congratulate you. Knight Soro smiled and accepted the gift. Haha. Night Moon Manor's threshold is not high, so this gift is not expensive. Let's wait for the next time to congratulate Night Lord. Luo Yuandao said with a smile. He knew that Knight Soro was easy to get along with. Then, the 3 of them arrived at the waterside pavilion. Luo Yuandao greeted Song Ning and Wu Feng. At the same time, he looked at Lin Xian'er with shock and disbelief because he could not see through Lin Xian'er. Estate Lord Luo, this is my sister Lin Xian'er. Song Ning introduced. Luo Yuandao greets Miss Lin. Luo Yuandao's posture was very humble. He knew that Lin Xian'er was not simple. Lin Xian'er nodded and continued drinking her tea. After sitting down, Luo Yuandao first congratulated Knight Soro for entering the Emperor realm. Then, they talked about the main topic. Night Lord, the situation is like this. Today, Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai came to the Shadow Estate to find me. They want to reconcile. Everyone knows that they are in the wrong. Originally, I did not want to get involved in this matter. However, I am now the law enforcement elder of the City Lord Estate. Therefore, I have to pass on this message. Luo Yuandao said. I understand. If it was before I became an emperor, I would not have reconciled. Now that I owe the battle emperor a favor, it is not good to capture her estate lords. I can reconcile, but it depends on their attitude and sincerity. Knight Soro sighed. Then I thank Overlord Yi for giving me, Luo Yuandao, face. I will bring these words back. Their attitude and the price they have to pay are their own business, Luo Yuandao said. Alright, I have troubled you. Knight Soro nodded. Luo Yuandao did not mention anything else. Luo Yuandao did not give him a hard time. Don't say that. After becoming the law enforcement elder, I haven't done anything yet. Lord Yi is giving me face, so there is a possibility of success. I appreciate it. You, Knight Sorrow, are my friend. I have principles in my life. Lord Battle Emperor has helped me, so I won't betray the ethereal imperial dynasty. In addition, I don't make many friends, but I won't betray my friends either. Among the 7 prefecture lords, only Lin Qixing is my friend. The other is you, Overlord Knight. Knight Sorrow poured a cup of tea for Luo Yuandao. Since Luo Yuandao said so, he had to accept it. Then, Luo Yuandao and Luo Fei left the Night Moon estate. Knight Sorrow, you are amazing. Even Luo Yuandao does not approve of me, but you became his friend. Zhang Ning curled his lips. If he approves, then I have to accept it. No matter what, I have to help him. Regardless of Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlia's attitude, this hatred must be resolved. Knight Sorrow said. He did not mean to scheme against you this time, but he did hit Knight Sorrow's weak spot. However, he did not lie. Among the 7 estate lords, only Lin Qixing has a good relationship with him, Zhang Ning said. Zhang Ning said. She also understood that Luo Yuandao's unintentional actions and words were not only effective on Yishang, but also on Lin Xian's side. Of course, Luo Yuandao was telling the truth. Sometimes, things are not so difficult. He treats me as a friend, so I have to help him. Knight Sorrow said with a smile. After returning to the Shadow Estate, Luo Yuandao went to the pavilion where Yang Tianlai and Gong Yufan were. How is the matter with the enforcement elder? Gong Yufan stood up and asked anxiously. If Knight Sorrow were to fight, the first to bear the brunt of it would be his Serene Moon Estate. I pulled out my old face to plead on your behalf, and Yishang agreed to negotiate. However, I'll say this first. If you don't have a proper attitude and unreasonable compensation, causing Yishang to fall out with you, I'll also lose face. Then, I won't let you off so easily. You'll have to think about how to deal with this matter. Also, remember that Knight Sorrow is my friend, Luo Yuandao said. Said Luo Yuandao. He didn't want Yishang to suffer because Yishang had given him face and recognized him as a friend. Elder Luo, don't worry. We will take care of it. Gong Yufan nodded. Then, Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai left the Shadow Estate. Father, what are you thinking about? In the Shadow Estate, Luo Fei poured a cup of tea for Luo Yuandao and asked. It's nothing. I have something to tell you today. Star Moon Lake is a new force, so it's inevitable that there will be some setbacks in its development. Our Shadow Manor wants to support it. You two are of the same generation, but he is my friend. You must remember this. I don't make friends easily, but once I do, I cannot betray them, Luo Yuan explained. Fei understands. Luo Fei smiled and nodded. He also approved of Knight Sorrow. He had to admit that his attitude was very good. He had really let go of the past. Actually, they don't need it. However, it is within our capabilities. Luo Yuandao sighed. 9W+ Star Moon Lake is a new force. It is good that they have no more opponents. Of course, Knight Sorrow is not afraid. Luo Fei said. Of course not. Zhang Ning and Wu Fing are on very good terms with him. Also, the woman called Lin Xian today is also an incredible expert. I can't tell how strong she is, but at the very least, she is a monarch. He has 3 imperial emperors by his side and is an imperial emperor himself. Who do you think he needs to be afraid of? He really gave me face today. Luo Yuandao smiled. He knew that Night Sorrow's development in the ethereal empire was unshakable. You really can't be blind. Yuan Ji was blind and ended up falling from power. Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai listened to their father and will have to think twice. They are probably scared to death right now. We can't afford to lose too much, Luo Fei said. Those two bastards. If they don't talk nicely this time, our shadow estate will suppress them before Night Sorrow can deal with them. We have given them face but they don't want it. We will embarrass them. Luo Yuandao said. Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai arrived at Guanyue Estate and entered Gong Yufan's study. Consider compensation. Luo Yuandao spoke up for us, but now he's on Yishang's side. If we can't satisfy Yishang this time, then we really won't be able to survive, said Yang Tianlai. We have to bring our troublemaker children to apologize. This is a must. Their attack on Yishang's residence was the cause of this matter. Secondly, we have to compensate them with resources. However, this is a problem. Gong Yufan sighed. I remember when I was still young, 11th senior brother would accompany me when I went out to train. When I was lonely and helpless, would turn around and look at 11th senior brother. That gave me the courage to face everything. Night Sorrow poured a glass of wine for Mo Chin. In the blink of an eye, quite a few years have passed. Seeing 13 grow up, as your senior brother, I am gratified and proud. Mo Chin sighed. At that time, I didn't have much contact with the other senior brothers. I felt that 11th senior brother was the most amiable and the easiest to get along with, Night Sorrow said. Eldest senior brother was a little strict. 12 and I were beaten up by the rattan fried meat. In our Medicine Valley Taishan Peak, 13, you were the only one who didn't eat rattan, Mo Chin said with a smile. His eyes were a little wet. Although many years had passed, the relationship between them hadn't changed at all. I've been too busy these years. I didn't even spend time with my family and neglected my senior brothers. I feel sorry for 6th senior sister and 9th senior sister. Night Sorrow felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. 13, what are you talking about? No one is blaming you. Everyone understands you. Yang Lei, Aoi, and Night Sorrow's other senior brothers of Taishan Peak arrived. 9th senior sister, you're all here. Eldest senior brother, please take a seat. Night Sorrow stood up. 13, you're too demanding of yourself. You're worthy of everyone in the world. Your senior brothers can't wait to feel sorry for you. Why would they mind? Gong Xian stepped forward and hugged Night Sorrow, patting Night Sorrow's back. 13, you're in the wrong. Why don't you come and drink with 11 instead of us? Shi Tianlin said with some dissatisfaction. 8th senior brother, don't be angry. I thought it was too late, so I didn't want to disturb you. As for 11th senior brother, I know he won't mind, Night Sorrow said with a smile. No one will mind. It's rare for us to get together these years. 6th senior brother, 9th senior brother, let's drink crazily together tonight, okay? Gong Xian looked at Aoi and Yang Lei. No problem. Aoi wiped the corners of her eyes. She hadn't seen such a scene in a long time. Senior brothers, I can't. Our god-slaying squad doesn't go out on missions. We have to cultivate in the camp at night. That's the rule, Guanyi said softly. 13 is the captain, right? Let him know, Gong Xian said. Long Jin is currently in charge of the god-slaying squad. I'll go say hi, Night Sorrow said with a smile. I'll go. Yang Lei pulled Night Sorrow and went to the god-slaying squad's camp. 12, you're very obedient now. Shi Tianlin said as he put his arm around Guanye's shoulder. He's working hard. Look at us now. Other than Knight's Sorrow, 6th senior brother, and 9th senior brother, 12 has the highest achievements, Gong Xian said. At this moment, Guanyi had already reached the 8th level. He was just a little behind Qin Jin. It's mainly because the god-slaying squad is treated well. Tang Tian, Chu Ning, and Ma Shizhuang are all saint kings. If I don't try my best, I'll be laughed at, Guanyi said with a smile. Sigh, it's not easy for you to be an uncle master, Shi Tianlin said with some emotion. Those who joined the god-slaying squad are all promising. Those who were in the same batch as them are a little weaker. The highest among them is only a high-level saint, Huan Nan said. This can't be forced. The god-slaying squad's training and experience are very intense. It's very difficult for the latecomers to catch up, Guanyi said. He was explaining on behalf of Knight's Sorrow so that others wouldn't misunderstand. Yang Lei returned with Chu Ning, Tang Tian, Ma Shizhuang, and Qin Jin. The 4 of them first greeted Knight's Sorrow, the captain, before greeting their master and uncle master. You don't have freedom now, do you? Back then, you cried and begged to join the god-slaying squad, Yang Lei said with a smile. 9th Martial Ant, joining the god-slaying squad was the best decision of my life. We're famous in the 9 regions world. Everyone in the Chaos Realm knows that the god-slaying squad is under the Domain Master. In the future, the god-slaying squad will also have a place in the Celestial Realm. I'm proud to be a member of the god-slaying squad, Chu Ning said. You've become promising, kid. Huan Nan nodded with a smile. Brother 13, thank you for bringing me all the way here. Qin Jin bowed to Knight's Sorrow. You're the first friend I've ever made in my life. There's no need for thanks between us brothers. Knight's Sorrow reached out and pulled Qin Jin up, allowing Qin Jin to sit down. While drinking, Knight's Sorrow asked about the current situation in the Medicine Valley. Z, Original and First, 7. Chapter 1671. I really haven't done anything for the Medicine Valley. Eldest senior brother's words really make me blush with shame, Knight's Sorrow said with a sigh. You've done enough. Didn't you bring up these 4 fellows? The main thing is that your reputation can support the development of the Medicine Valley, Gong Xian said. I am indeed busy. I am not only a disciple of the Medicine Valley, but also a representative of the 9 domains world and the 9 domains of chaos. If the Medicine Valley needs anything, just look for my 9th senior sister, Knight's Sorrow said to Yang Lei. They drank until the middle of the night. They drank until Shi Tianlin fell under the chair and started snoring. Only then did the banquet end. Knight's Sorrow was also helped back to rest by Yang Lei and Aoi. Everyone's cultivation was very high. Not to mention wine, even if they used energy to protect themselves, it would be useless. However, everyone drank instinctively. Naturally, it depended on one's alcohol tolerance. Shi Tianlin was not convinced and wanted to drink with Knight's Sorrow, but he ended up lying under the table. After sleeping for a whole night, Knight's Sorrow felt refreshed. After leaving the main pavilion, Knight's Sorrow stretched and then rushed towards the teleportation array. At this time, Wu Lingfei in a white dress walked out of the teleportation array. Auntie Fei, weren't you cultivating in the Clear Sky Pagoda? Knight's Sorrow asked. You rascal, such a big thing and you didn't inform Auntie Fei. If Auntie Fei hadn't come out of seclusion and asked the servants where everyone was, wouldn't we have missed this celebration? Wu Lingfei looked at Knight's Sorrow with dissatisfaction. This is my fault, Auntie Fei. Knight's Sorrow smiled and welcomed Wu Lingfei to the main pavilion. He then made a pot of tea. That silly boy from back then is now an emperor. Auntie Fei is very happy. Wu Lingfei's beautiful eyes fell on Night Sorrow. The scene of Night Sorrow going to East Snow Mountain was like yesterday. Aunt Fei, I will deal with the problem of the evil dragon's poison flame later. Night Sorrow said. There's no need to rush. Aunt Fei can handle it. Moreover, staying in the Haotian God Pagoda allows time to slow down by 50 times. Only half a year has passed. Wu Lingfei said with a smile. She knew that Night Sorrow was anxious, but she didn't take it seriously. Auntie Fei was the only family I had before I found my family. Of course, she's also the only family I care about now. So, if Auntie Fei's life isn't good, I can't accept it. Night Sorrow said. You're already an emperor, yet you're still acting like a child. Today is the day of the celebration. Aunt Fei saw that the heaven-worshipping ceremony was already set up. Luckily, I didn't miss it. I didn't miss your good day. Wu Lingfei pointed in the direction of the Night Moon Villa's garden. Today, the garden was where the celebration would be held. It's nothing. It's just a breakthrough. Night Sorrow didn't really care about these things. There are many guests today. I need you to attend to them. Aunt Fei will go find Chu Yu and Yang Lei. Wu Lingfei smiled and left. Auntie Fei, Night Sorrow will definitely let you live happily. After this, I won't let you suffer any pain. Yishan muttered in a low voice. He then went to receive the guests. The guests that came today were all important figures. He had even invited the people of the Misty Seven Prefecture Lords. 01 Premier Luo Yuandao arrived early. After Night Sorrow received him, the two of them chatted casually. After Wu Fing and Song Ning arrived, they sat together and drank tea. Luo Yuandao expressed his congratulations and welcome to Wu Fing for joining Ethereal City's Lord Residence. He hoped that they could work together happily in the future. Although Wu Fing wasn't interested in these things, he knew that Luo Yuandao and Night Sorrow had a good relationship. So, he chatted with Luo Yuandao. Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai arrived. However, Night Sorrow didn't receive them. Instead, it was Ji Dao who received them. Gong Yufan brought Gong Xian Yu while Yang Tianlai brought Yang Yu. Bastard, why aren't you apologizing to Lord Knight? Yang Tianlai brought Yang Yu to the waterside pavilion. He kicked Yang Yu's knees and forced him to kneel on the ground. Yang Yu didn't know any better and offended Lord Knight. Please punish me. Yang Yu's eyes were filled with fear. He knew that if Night Sorrow wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't have a good life. Even his father wouldn't be able to protect him. Gong Xian Yu was also pushed by Gong Yufan to kneel in front of Night Sorrow. He also begged for mercy. Both of you, get up. At the end of the day, it's a problem with your family's education. Yishang waved his hand and helped the two of them up before tossing them to the side. He still needed Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlai to explain the situation. Lord Knight, Gong Yufan didn't educate my daughter well and allowed her to offend you. Therefore, Moon-Gazing Manor will send 8 million Saint Spirit Stones and a street in Linhai as a congratulatory gift. It's also an apology. Gong Yufan took out a storage ring. Lord Knight, Yang Yu didn't know any better. I will punish him when I return. Please don't take it to heart. This is a token of appreciation from Sky Sun Manor. Yang Tianlai also handed over a storage ring. Night Sorrow nodded at Ji Dao. Ji Dao accepted Gong Yufan and Yang Tianlia's gifts. Originally, I didn't want to let go of this matter. However, since Palace Lord Luo has spoken, we will settle this matter. The compensation isn't important. What's important is that Moon-Gazing Manor and Sky Sun Manor don't touch the people and properties of Star Moon Lake. Night Sorrow stated his request. That's not a problem. I will arrange it when I return. Moon-gazing manor and Star Moon Lake will be friends in the future. There won't be any conflicts. Gong Yufan stated. Young Tianlai was the same. Now that this matter was settled, it could be considered as resolving a sore point. However, he was still in pain. As the palace lord of Ethereal Empire, it was humiliating for him to beg for mercy. Since that's the case, let's forget about the past. Ji Dao, arrange for the two palace lords to go to the VIP seats. Knight Sorrow said to Ji Dao. Ji Dao brought Yang Tianlai and Gong Yufan to the VIP seats in the garden. Knight Sorrow, I thank you here. Luo Yuandao cupped his hands at Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow didn't mention any conditions. He didn't even mention anything about the compensation. This was giving him face. Palace Lord Luo treats me, Knight Sorrow, as a friend. Naturally, this matter isn't a big deal. Knight Sorrow said. These two guys don't have any strength of character. They won't amount to much. Lin Xian's expression wasn't too good. In fact, Lin Xian was very angry. This was the palace lord of Ethereal City that she didn't want to see. Sister Xian don't let this affect your mood. Zhang Ning said. Lin Xian nodded. However, she had made a decision in her heart. She wanted to investigate Gong Yufan. She saw pain on Yang Tianlia's face just now. That was shame. However, Gong Yufan's expression was relaxed. Therefore, she felt a little disgusted. At this moment, an old man came to the door. Knight Sorrow, that's Elder Lon from the City Lord's palace. You have to go and receive him. Zhang Ning reminded Knight Sorrow. Knight Sorrow also sensed the person who came. However, he was a little surprised because he recognized him. It was Elder Nalan from the Divine Devil Castle. After hearing Zhang Ning's words, Knight Sorrow understood that Elder Nalan also had two identities. Chapter 1672. However, this didn't matter. Knight Sorrow knew that there wouldn't be any conflicts. He was from the God Devil Castle and so was Elder Nalan. Neither of them would leak any secrets. If they met outside the God Devil Castle, they would use their identities to interact. Of course, it was easier to form a friendship. Elder Nalan had a high position in the Ethereal City Lord residence. If he could take care of Knight Sorrow, he would do the same. Knight Sorrow arrived at the entrance of the manor and cupped his hands towards Elder Nalan. Knight Sorrow greets Elder Nalan. Young and promising, truly young and promising. Elder Nalan continued to praise Yi Shang. He knew Yi Shang's age. For an emperor to be less than 200 years old, this cultivation speed was definitely legendary. In addition, Yi Shang not only had a high cultivation level, but his actual combat strength was also very strong. Knight Sorrow invited Elder Nalan to the VIP seats. At this time, the celebration officially began. There were two people hosting the celebration. One was Nine Domain World's Long Xianqing and the other was Reincarnation World's Qing Emperor. Knight Sorrow was from Nine Domain World and Long Xianqing gave a speech. Knight Sorrow was the representative of Reincarnation World and Qing Emperor gave a speech. After the speech, it was time for the invited guests to present their gifts. The one receiving the gifts was Hong Yi. Ethereal Imperial City's 7 prefecture lords, starting from Changning and Luo Yuandao, Zhanglan prefectures Jiang Tianhing and Jinhua prefectures Han Jinhua all sent gifts. Moon-gazing prefectures Gong Yufan and Sky Sun prefectures Yang Tianlai sent gifts for the second time. Last time, they gave compensation. Of course, it could also be considered as gifts. However, if they didn't take out a gift today, it would be a slap to Knight Sorrow's face. Next, Lin Qixing walked out. I'm a miser and won't pluck my feathers easily. But today, I must give you a piece of water chestnut dragon skin. I hope Lord Knight doesn't mind. Many thanks, Prefecture Lord Qixing. Knight Sorrow stood up and cupped his hands. Ha! And, that's good. This seat will wait for the wine. Lin Qixing smiled and sat down. Knight Sorrow, it's not easy to make Lin Qixing pluck your hair. Zhang Ning smiled and nodded at Knight Sorrow. I am here on the orders of the Battle Emperor. 10 Emperor-ranked soul stones and 1 monarch pill. Elder Nalan stood up and said. Awkward silence. There was a bit of an awkward silence because the Battle Emperor had never given anyone a congratulatory gift. Even the 7 prefecture lords who had entered the Emperor realm didn't receive such treatment. This was enough to show how much the ethereal Battle Emperor valued Knight Sorrow. Lord Yi, I've brought the Battle Emperor's congratulatory gift. It's mine. I'm poor. I only have a piece of time meteorite iron that I obtained in my early years. Elder Nalan took out another congratulatory gift. Zhang Ning and Luo Yuandao were sitting close to each other. They looked at each other. It was already surprising that the ethereal Battle Emperor had sent a congratulatory gift. Now, the City Lord Residence's Elder Lon, who didn't interact much with others, had also sent a congratulatory gift. This was simply unheard of. I don't dare to refuse an elder's gift. Yi Shang thanks Elder. Yi Shang nodded at Elder Nalan. And, I hope it will be of help to you. Elder Nalan nodded and sat down. Knight Sorrow then walked to the front desk and thanked the people who had come to congratulate him. He also explained the development concept of the Star Moon Lake. In short, Knight Sorrow is new here. I hope everyone can forgive me and help me. Knight Sorrow cupped his hands to the people who had come. Then, it was time for the banquet. Knight Sorrow received the guests with good wine and tea. Thank you, Sister Xian, for helping me. Knight Sorrow toasted everyone and went to Lin Xian, It's nothing. Lin Xian, smiled and drank the wine in her hand. Zhang Ning turned his head and pursed his lips. Nothing. She was very clear that the City Lord Residence's Elder Lon had come on Lin Xian's orders. That was the truth. Elder Lon had sent her here to send a signal. Yi Shan was supported by the ethereal Battle Emperor, so everyone should keep their eyes open. As for Elder Lon personally sending a congratulatory gift to support Yi Shan, Lin Xianer had not expected this. Elder Lon did not have much contact with outsiders. He was the protector elder of the City Lord Residence. He would only appear when the City Lord Residence was in danger. Normally, he did not care about anything. If he wanted to fight, Yuan Ji would not have been able to become the Great Elder, and Luo Yuandao would not have taken the position this time. Lin Xian did not understand why such a person would send a congratulatory gift. Elder Lon usually wanted to distance himself from all relationships and live his own life. After pondering for a while, Lin Xianer smiled because she had figured out the relationship between the two. Some things were best left to ponder. Lin Xianer understood what was going on after pondering for a while. There was nothing in the Misty Dynasty that could be hidden from her. After the celebration, Knight Sorrow sent the guests away and accompanied his fellow disciples and friends. Zhang Ning and Wu Fing also stayed in Knight Sorrow's residence because it was very lively now. Seeing Wu Lingfei, Lin Xian was once again shocked. The Ice Phoenix bloodline, this was also a pure divine beast. Just in time for Knight Sorrow to arrive, Knight Sorrow introduced the two sides. Young Lady Wu, your condition seems not too good. Your breath is not very stable. Lin Xian looked at Wu Lingfei and said. This is my fault. I was not careful enough. Knight Sorrow explained that Wu Lingfei had been poisoned by the evil dragon's poison flame. Night Sorrow, this is not your fault. Everyone has some predestined fate. Wu Lingfei said. If you want to resolve this, there are two ways. The blood of an emperor rank white tiger or the blood of an emperor rank orthodox dragons. Lin Xian said. I plan to take a trip to the white tiger territory. I am an emperor rank. That white tiger emperor will definitely come to kill me. As long as I can injure it and collect some blood, that will be enough. Night Sorrow spoke his thoughts. No, the white tiger emperor is not an emperor. You cannot touch it right now. Lin Xian directly interrupted Night Sorrow. Is the white tiger emperor very strong? Night Sorrow said. The concept of the white tiger emperor is very general. The four divine beasts all have their own territories. The azure dragons are currently the representatives of the dragons, but they are only representatives. The black tortoise clan is very tyrannical, and so is the vermilion bird clan. Everyone knows that the azure dragon territory, black tortoise territory, and vermilion bird territory have many emperor realm cultivators, but the white tiger territory only has one white tiger emperor. In reality, it is not. Lin Xian said. Please dispel my confusion, Sister Xian. Night Sorrow asked. The white tiger territory has a world within a world. Generally, there is only one emperor realm white tiger that patrols the ordinary white tiger territory. When the time comes, it will rotate. No one knows what level of emperor realm white tiger is assigned to patrol. If you rashly enter, if it is an emperor rank white tiger, then would you not be out of luck? It is not like there are no emperor rank white tigers. Lin Xian said. It's this complicated. Night Sorrow's brow tightly wrinkled. To him, this was not good news at all. Yes, however, you can try to purchase white tiger essence blood and dragon's essence blood. The price is a bit higher. Perhaps there are members of the two clans that have transformed into humans and are roaming the celestial realm. If the price is high enough, it is not a big deal for them to bleed a bit. It depends on whether or not you can encounter them. This depends on luck. It depends on whether or not you pay the price they want. Lin Xian said. Chapter 1673. Night Sorrow hadn't seen the dragon language for a while, but she knew that the dragon language had also come to the celestial realm. Like Night Sorrow, she chose to come out. Who's the dragon language? Lin Xian asked. Night Sorrow told her about his conflict with the devil blood domain and the dragon language. Night Sorrow, let me tell you this. It's not easy to become an emperor. Don't use yourself to measure others. How big is the ethereal realm? There are trillions of living beings, but how many can become an emperor? Your primal chaos realm only has you. Lin Xian said. Relying on others is never as good as relying on oneself. Tomorrow, we'll send out a notice asking for purchase. As for whether we can attract dragons and white tigers, that will depend on luck. Night Sorrow agreed with Lin Xian. Yi Shang, you don't need to worry. It's not a big deal. Although the evil dragon poison flame is quite overbearing, it's not like Aunt Fei can't suppress it. Aunt Fei's bloodline can actually suppress it. It's just that her level is a bit low. Wu Lingfei said. Night Sorrow nodded. Wu Lingfei's bloodline and talent were very heaven-defying. It was only a matter of time before she achieved something. Night Sorrow had properties in his hands waiting to be taken over. They were 2 streets. Gong Yufan gave him Linhai Street, which was one of the more prosperous streets in the ethereal imperial city. There were properties on both sides of the street. Yang Tianlai was the same. In order not to cause trouble for Night Sorrow and let their grudges go smoothly, he gave him a street that was closer to Linhai Street. Night Sorrow originally planned to give one to the Nine Domains world and the other to the Reincarnation world. He wanted everyone to develop on their own. However, he was rejected by Qing Emperor and the others. Long Xianqing and Taishu Yan also had the same idea. After a discussion, they decided to rent Night Sorrow's properties. After all, this was a huge foundation and belonged to Night Sorrow alone. It had nothing to do with the primal chaos realm. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. For the convenience of development, Night Sorrow left it to Red Spectre, who had better management skills, to manage. Not only did they not charge rent for the time being, but they could also provide Holy Spirit stones if needed. However, Night Sorrow told Red Coat that the last good spot was for his own use because it was reserved for Chin Chin. After that, Night Sorrow found Chin Chin, who had not returned to Nine Regions City and was still in Starmoon Villa. "You're busy, don't worry about me. I've already told you last time. When you're not busy, we'll chat and drink tea again." Chen Chen, who was enjoying the scenery with his two sons, Yi Qianhua, Chen Zhukong and his wife, asked them to leave. He knew that Night Sorrow was busy. "Sworn brother, are you sure you want to drive me away?" "Originally, I had a good shop that I wanted to make into a tea house, but I can only forget about it," Night Sorrow said. "Don't. Where is the store? Take me to see it. Opening a tea house in the celestial realm is the way to do business." Chen Chen quickly stopped Night Sorrow. "I don't know exactly where it is, but we can go and take a look," Night Sorrow said with a smile. After that, Night Sorrow took Chen Chen's family and Red Coat to Lin High Street. Red Coat was in charge of Lin High Street, so she knew everything. It was a property in the center of Lin High Street and there was a villa behind it. "Young master, this is the best shop on Lin High Street. The location is the best and the style is also the best." After the people of Guanyue Mansion withdrew, Red Coat didn't let anyone touch it, Red Coat said. "Sworn brother, this place is yours from now on," Night Sorrow said. "What? If you give this property to me, does this belong to you?" Chen Chen looked at Yi Shang with some surprise. "It's mine. You can do business in the future. If you want to be the biggest boss in the Chaos Realm, I'll naturally support you," Night Sorrow said. "The value of this property is estimated to be very high and the location is so good." Chen Chen was a little emotional. "This is the best property on Lin High Street. It's estimated to be around 5 million Holy Spirit stones." Red Coat explained the situation. 5 million, my goodness. I'll take it for a few 100,000. 5 million is not enough even with all my assets. I can't take it. Night Sorrow, lend it to me first and then rent it to me, Chen Chen thought for a moment and said. "Do we need to do this between us brothers?" Night Sorrow said with a bitter smile. "We don't need to do this between brothers, but I'm still a businessman." "It's settled then. This is a good shop. Zhu Kong, don't go to the Nine Zones world for now. Help father support this place." Chen Chen walked directly into the shop. "I really don't understand the world of businessmen." Night Sorrow looked at Red Coat and said helplessly. "This is the principle." Red Coat said with a smile. After looking around, Chen Chen was extremely excited because he liked this place. "Night Sorrow, if you're tired in the future, this is where you can drink tea and rest. Red Coat, you'll take care of this business, right?" "I'll talk to you," Chen Chen said. "I really don't understand you guys. I don't care, but I need good tea to receive guests. I can't do without good tea." Night Sorrow looked at Chen Chen and said. "I know you need it. Your brother is not only a tea shop owner, but also a restaurant business. Before coming here, I've prepared everything for you, but I didn't give it to you." Chen Chen took out 2 storage rings and handed them to Night Sorrow. You're a businessman. Are these gifts or for sale? Night Sorrow asked with a smile. Others would definitely be for sale, but you're my only brother in this life. Do you think it's for sale? Chin Chin glared at Night Sorrow. You said that I'm your only brother. Then why didn't you take it when I gave it to you? Night Sorrow muttered. This is different. I accept your help, but there's no need to give it to me. You have the strength of character of the people of the 9 zones. As your brother, of course, I have to have that too. Chen Chen expressed his insistence. Alright, then I won't say anything more on this matter. Red Coat, in the future, I'll arrange for the God-slaying squad to patrol this area. If the God-slaying squad wants to stop for tea, they can stop here. The accounts will be settled by Night Moon Villa, Night Sorrow said to Red Coat. Red nodded. She would do what Yi Shang asked her to do. Red Coat, if you want to start a business, you can choose any place here. If you want to get married, I'll arrange a dowry for you. The Yi family's extravagance won't be bad either. The same goes for Lawning. Night Sorrow looked at Red Coat and Lawning beside him and said. He treated them as members of the Yi family. Thank you, young master. Red Coat and Lawning bowed. Lawning, you're not as meticulous as Red Coat. Just help her, Night Sorrow said to Lawning. Young master, old Xia, and the other 2 wanted to leave today, but I stopped them. Lawning told them that even if they wanted to leave, they had to wait until you were done with your work, Lawning said. The old Xia and the other 2 she was talking about were Summer City, Xian Daozi, and Shengwanhong. You did the right thing. I'm so busy that I didn't receive you all. Brother, I won't care about your business. If you need anything, just come to me. Night Sorrow said to Chin Chin and left Linhai Street. Father, this uncle of mine is so powerful. He's made a name for himself in the celestial realm. If I go out and shout that Night Sorrow is my uncle, who would dare to touch me? Chen Zhukong said excitedly. Smack! Chen Chen slapped the back of Chen Zhukong's head. Chapter 1674. Bastard, have your uncle's children ever said that they are part of the Yi family? But did they say that Night Sorrow was their father? But using his father's name to do things. Do you want to use my name to show off? Chen Chen was furious. Otherwise, he would not have hit him directly. Father, I was just joking. Why would I do that? Chen Zhukong said, feeling wronged. Ah, Kong, there are some jokes that shouldn't be made. This has crossed my bottom line, Yi Qianhua said. Father, big brother, I know I was wrong. I won't speak carelessly in the future. Chen Zhukong admitted his mistake in a low voice. Remember, principles and strength of character are things that the Qin family must keep at the bottom of our hearts. Chen Chen reminded Chen Zhukong. Night Sorrow returned to the Night Moon Villa and went to the residence of the trio in Summer City. I heard that the 3 uncles are leaving. That won't do. Night Sorrow hasn't had a good drink with the 3 uncles yet. Your Highness, you're so busy right now. You don't have to take care of us, Summer City said. Uncle Xia, please don't be angry. What I did was really inappropriate, Night Sorrow said with some embarrassment. He had just started to receive the guests, but he was so busy that he forgot about it. Our song, issued, Your Highness, if you say so, then I will not leave. Summer City's voice was not calm. What was Night Sorrow's status now? The domain master of the Primal Chaos Realm, a rank 9 emperor, still called them uncle and apologized. Haha. This proves that Uncle Xia and the others are not angry. Tonight, I will accompany the 3 uncles to drink. Ji Dao, go and call the members of the deicide squad over. Night Sorrow shouted to Ji Dao. A short while later, the main members of the god-slaying squad arrived. In the future, everyone will stay here and cultivate. Those who need to stabilize their cultivation bases, head to the 9 regions world's clear sky pagoda. Also, there are 2 streets that belong to us and need to be patrolled. The god-slaying team will be responsible for Linhai Street, Night Sorrow said. Captain, our current cultivation levels are a little lacking, Liang Yu said. He was now a 6-star king and was already advancing towards becoming a 7-star king. It's a little lacking, but you guys have the combined attack array. As long as you can trap the opponent for a period of time, it will be fine. Also, I will send a Heaven Monarch to stand guard over there, Night Sorrow said to Liang Yu. That's good. Long Jin and Liang Yu nodded. Ha! Old man, we have something to do as well. Let's help His Highness patrol. Xian Daozi looked at Summer City. That's right, Your Highness. The 3 of us don't have much to do. We're also enjoying our retirement in the Qing Emperor's dynasty. Why don't the 3 of us go to the street where Your Highness lives, said Summer City. Sure. Then this matter is settled. Uncles, don't even think about going back, Night Sorrow said. After solving the problem of Summer City's trio, Night Sorrow went to the main pavilion. Datura and Lin Xian were drinking tea and chatting. Ah Luo, I think we can get Ghost Monkey here. There's no need for him to stay in Guanyue Prefecture. We won't tell him some of Gong Yufan's secrets. Knowing that Gong Yufan has a conflict with Yuan Ji and the Celestial Sect is enough, Night Sorrow said. Okay, then call him back. Datura nodded. You're really something. You have a spy in Guanyue Prefecture. Lin Xian was stunned when she heard Night Sorrow and Datura's conversation. It's not something that can be arranged. It's just a coincidence. Night Sorrow smiled and explained his interactions with Ghost Monkey. I see. Gong Yufan has lost another capable Heaven Monarch. Lin Xian smiled. Gong Yufan could only be considered unlucky. After receiving the notice, Ghost Monkey immediately announced that he was leaving Guanyue Prefecture and joining Star Moon Lake. Gong Yufan was furious when he heard this. Ghost Monkey's actions were a slap to his face, but he didn't have the ability to challenge Star Moon Lake. He could only endure this. The angriest one was Gong Xianyu. His bodyguard had left. He would be a laughing stock whenever he went out. Night Sorrow arranged for Ghost Monkey to stay at Linhai Street. He set up a stronghold there, where Star Moon Lake's patrols would rest. Ghost Monkey, Summer City, and the god-slaying team would all stay there. The other street was used by the Samsara World, Shenwu World, and Xianhuang World. The patrols were arranged by Qing Emperor and the others. They just had to pay Night Sorrow rent regularly. Night Sorrow didn't need to worry about anything else. After dealing with most of the matters, Night Sorrow's main body headed to the Great Void River. Now, his domain of nothingness needed to be perfected as soon as possible. As for the domain of spacetime, it was already formed. He could slowly improve it. The will of destruction was still 10% away. His main body went to cultivate while Night Sorrow's clone stayed at Night Moon Villa to deal with some matters. It was quiet for half a month. One day, when he was discussing the development of Star Moon Lake with Lin Xian, the Godfiend Castle's token in Night Sorrow's sleeve vibrated. Night Sorrow knew that the Godfiend Castle was summoning him, so he went there. As soon as he entered the Godfiend Castle, Elder Nalan appeared and welcomed Night Sorrow into the underground Godfiend Castle. Congratulations! You're not even 200 years old and you're already in the Emperor realm. This is too beautiful. Elder Nalan's face was full of smiles. You little brat, now you've caused a storm in the city. We want to apply for the position of Godfiend Protector for you. Normally speaking, with your past achievements and entering the Emperor realm at 200 years old, the higher-ups would directly approve of you as a god-fiend protector. However, Elder Naylan and I feel that in order to avoid gossip and criticism, you should take the assessment. Then we'll report it. What do you think? Elder Naylan looked coldly at Knight Sorrow and asked. Many thanks to the two elders for your support. Knight Sorrow is very grateful. I accept the assessment. Knight Sorrow nodded. He was willing to take the assessment. Then, Knight Sorrow was brought into the assessment space. There were 3 1-star Emperor-level puppets. With the spacetime domain, Knight Sorrow was in an invincible position. The 3 1-star Emperor-level puppets' domains were unable to suppress Knight Sorrow's spacetime domain. Not only was Knight Sorrow's speed fast, but the Emperor-level puppets' attacks were slowed down after entering the spacetime domain. Their attacks were cancelled out by the spacetime domain. They were no threat to Knight Sorrow. However, Knight Sorrow's True Dragon Destruction and Great Emperor Samsara Slash were extremely powerful. The puppets were unable to defend against them. In just a cup of tea's time, Knight Sorrow completed the assessment. Ha! In a cup of tea's time, he defeated 3 Emperor-level puppets. This is a great achievement. Knight Sorrow came out and clapped his hands. Then I'll have to trouble the 2 elders for the following matters. If there's a suitable mission, the 2 elders can inform me. Knight Sorrow said. There's one more thing to tell you. The God-Fiend Castle's Donghao region's protector, Donghao Ju, has passed the elders' assessment. Ling Naylan looked at Knight Sorrow and said. This isn't good news. Donghao Ju is an Emperor Realm expert? Knight Sorrow asked. Chapter 1675. Don't worry, I'll just be careful and defend myself. Knight Sorrow said. This involved the rules of the Divine Castle, so he couldn't make things difficult for Elder Naylan and Ling Lai. After chatting for a while, Knight Sorrow left the Divine Castle. Not far from the Divine Castle, Knight Sorrow turned around because Elder Naylan had also come out. Elder Naylan, do you have anything to tell Knight Sorrow? Knight Sorrow asked. I'm Elder Naylan and I'm going to the City Lord's mansion now. What a coincidence, Lord Knight. Elder Naylan said with a smile. It's really a coincidence. Go to the tea house for a cup of tea. Knight Sorrow was stunned for a moment, then smiled because Elder Naylan had completed the identity change. Sure. I've heard that the Twilight Tea House on Lin High Street is very famous now. It's only been open for half a month, but its reputation has already spread, Elder Naylan said. Then let's go. Let's go to the Twilight Tea House, Knight Sorrow said. Knight Sorrow and Elder Naylan went to the Twilight Tea House on Lin High Street. The Twilight Tea House was the one opened by Chin Chin. It was evening and Lin High Street was very lively. A row of red lanterns hung in the Twilight Tea House, making it seem like a pure land in the midst of the hustle and bustle of Lin High Street. Knight Sorrow and Elder Naylan entered and were received by someone. Knight Sorrow recognized them as he had seen them at Chin Chen's tea house. My lords, our Twilight Tea House has 4 environments to choose from. Wind, flower, snow, and moon. Which one do you prefer? The receptionist asked. Elder Naylan, what do you think? Knight Sorrow looked at Elder Naylan. I remember that the last time I was here, there was only the Wind Pavilion. There are so many choices this time. Elder Naylan asked. Our boss has made arrangements. Lord Knight Sorrow has a reserved pavilion in each area of the Twilight Tea House. There are seats available whenever you come, the receptionist said. That works too. I've heard that the Twilight Tea House is the most popular place in the Moon Admiring Pavilion, and it's hard to find a seat. There are moons everywhere in the celestial realm, but the moon in the Twilight Tea House is different. I'd like to see it, Elder Lawn said. Night Sorrow and Elder Lawn were led to the top floor of the Twilight Tea House by the receptionist. It was an elegant pavilion surrounded by vines, with a bright moon hanging overhead. Soon after, the receptionist served the tea. I wonder if Overlord Yi and this lord would like to personally brew the tea, or do you want me to help you brew it? Go and do your work. I can do it myself. After Night Sorrow took the tea, he personally made a pot of heart-cleansing tea. After a while, Elder Lawn, who had taken a sip of tea, narrowed his eyes and looked at the bright moon in the sky through the vines. When I look at the moon again after calming down, it's really a different feeling. There is no moon in the world, but the moon in the Twilight Tea House is different. This saying is true. When one's state of mind is different, one sees things differently, Night Sorrow said with a smile. The owner of this place is a genius. The price of tea here is dozens or even hundreds of times higher than other tea houses, but everyone is still thirsty for it. In the celestial realm, who is in the mood to drink tea, who would care about a small amount of Holy Spirit stones? The tea is good tea, the environment is good, and the Holy Spirit stones are well spent, Elder Lawn said. He's my sworn brother. His dream isn't to be a high-level cultivator. He wants to be a good businessman, a successful businessman, Night Sorrow said with a smile. He's already a good businessman. This place will become a symbol of the ethereal dynasty in the future, a place where people of high status can chat, gather, and discuss business, Elder Lawn said. He was very impressed with Chin Chen's idea of running a shop. The Twilight Tea House was not open during the day and only officially opened at night. The tea house was very large with hundreds of elegant pavilions, but it was still not enough. This was the effect Chin Chen wanted. I'll tell my sworn brother to reserve a room for Elder Lawn. Elder Lawn can come whenever he wants, Night Sorrow said. Haha. There's no need for that. If there's no good seat, it's not bad to have one. Elder Lawn said with a smile. At his level, he really did not care about anything. Chin Chin came and brought tea and snacks to Night Sorrow. My sworn brother, this is Elder Lawn from the City Lord's mansion. There's often no seat when he comes. Can you arrange for him? Night Sorrow asked. Of course. I've thought about some things. I want to run the business well. This place needs to be a place where famous people gather. Of course, it's necessary to have dealings with the outside world, so no matter how good the business is, there's always a reserved pavilion. My sworn brother, your 4 pavilions are for you to receive guests, Chin Chin said. Then can you give me a few VIP cards? I'll go give them out, so it won't be awkward when my friends come and don't have a seat, Night Sorrow said. These are VIP cards. Brother, don't give them out carelessly. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Chin Chin smiled and handed Night Sorrow a stack of purple crystal cards. Okay, I know. I'll try my best not to hinder you from making money, Night Sorrow said with a smile. Then, Chin Chin left. He knew that it was not appropriate for him to chat with Night Sorrow and Elder Lawn. He did not understand Night Sorrow's world. Night Sorrow handed a card to Elder Lawn. It's okay. It's not bad to bring an old friend over for tea. Okay, I'll accept it. Lin High Street is developing very well and is very unique. The City Lord's mansion will also cooperate with the patrols here. After accepting a VIP card, I have to do something. The main thing is that when I drink tea in the future, I won't hear any discordant sounds, Elder Lawn said. $almost a new chapter hashtag section U unspecified currency above, then Night Sorrow thanks Elder Lawn. Night Sorrow nodded. As for what you're facing now, it's not a big deal for the Donghao region to find trouble with you. They don't dare to do it directly and they can't. They can only assassinate you. As long as they don't succeed at that time, the Emperor of the City Lord's mansion will arrive. Elder Lon brought up another topic. Elder Lon did not say it too bluntly. It was enough that Knight Sorrow understood. He was talking about the Donghao region's Donghao Ju. After drinking a pot of tea, Knight Sorrow sent Elder Lon away and returned to the Twilight Tea House to Chen Chen's resting place. At this time, Chen Chen was lying on a rattan chair, swaying back and forth. Seeing that Knight Sorrow had come, Chen Chen wanted to stand up. "Don't, I'll also lie down for a while." Knight Sorrow rested on another chair. The two of them talked for a while. Everything in the tea house was going smoothly and no one was causing trouble. They earned 60 to 70,000 Saint Spirit stones every day. It was a very good business. "Brother, you're robbing us. A day's income is probably the entire wealth of a king." Knight Sorrow was a little surprised. The Twilight Tea House was earning Saint Spirit stones too fast. They earned 1 or 2 million Saint Spirit stones in a month. It said that the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. If 1 Saint Spirit stone is a big bowl of tea, who knows about the Twilight Tea House? Gradually, the price will increase. The Twilight Tea House will be the most luxurious place in the Ethereal Empire. I've already made arrangements. If a few sisters-in-law come, they'll be received and arranged. Chen Chen explained his business experience and some of his arrangements. "All right. Your business is doing well, but you have to be careful. Many people know that you're my brother. I have quite a lot of enemies. Don't go outside and don't let anyone harm you." Knight Sorrow reminded, "You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."